If fighting was a god, I would worship him. I would bow to him. I would pray for victory. For he only grants opportunities. But behind every god lurks a devil. And the devil wants me to take a dive. My name is Annatomic. And this is how my legend was made.
When footsteps fall in eldritch hollows, and spectres flee into the shadows, that is the time when horror's heroes abound, culling the ghouls that go bump in the night.
Good morning, come on in. Coffee's good, fresh and hot. There's a waffle in the baker on the grill. We're making bacon. You're always welcome back.
Charge!
Hey, everybody. 8 bells and all is well. Welcome to the Late Night Waffle Lodge. My name is Shanthan Jetty. This is Shanthan Jetty Art coming to you live from the heart of Lovecraft country in the birthplace of American religious liberty. Could it be? Could it be we have some exciting things going on today? I don't know. I think we do. So, let's see. Yeah, let's see this mystery cover, says Doc Brewski. I agree. Let's see this mystery cover, this so-called mystery cover. I have to see what I can do about that. Let me see what I've got here in terms of my options here. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, we got a few people in the chat I got to say hello to first before I even get to any of this kind of business. So, let's see what we can do here. Let me see who we've got here in the chat. We got some channel members and we got some brothers. We got some family. We got Sleeping Psychopath here. It's great to see you. We've got my brother from another mother who knows the Springball. He knows this character. Rocky Ballesteros, the one and only. Everybody check him out. And again, a man called Plush is just always there chilling, keeping it real beneath that fabulous hat. We know that hat. Headless Bourgeoisie is here. Channel member Mark's Music Obsession, channel member here, now OG officially, and Doc Brewski is here. Doc, it is great to see you, brother. Let's see this mystery cover. What could it be? What could it be? Cold King, it's great to see you. Hey, brother, how are you doing? Oh, my God, Bruce Campbell's chin. What the heck? What the heck, fire? Bruce Campbell's chin just became a member. Is that correct? Well, you know, here at the Late Night Waffle Lodge, we have a few things that we do. We have a few traditions. We have a few rituals. We have a few rules, if you will. And one of those rules is when you become a channel member, you send a super chat. This is what happens.
Charge!
God bless America and God bless waffles. Everybody, we must have waffles forthwith. We've got channel member Cranberry Landers here, which always puts me in a good mood because Cranberry Landers is the man, and it's great to see him up in this house. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go have some fun tonight. If anybody falls down, pick them up. If we get a little crazy, that's how it goes. And we're just going to find a way to make all of this happen. All your dreams come true. I'm going to share a lot of fun, exciting stuff with you. I got to see what's going on, man. My desktop is an unholy mess, people. It's a mess. It's a mess. So I've got to see what I can do here. And let me get all of this stuff sorted out. Hang on a second here. Let me go back to this window right here. Had all those crazy windows open. Things are kind of nuts right now. So let me see if I can get rid of all of these, which I don't need. Don't need these showing just yet. Get rid of that, get rid of that. There we go. That clears up the clutter a little bit. And then let me see if I can do what can I do here for an overlay? Let's see what we've got here. Maybe I should do a screen share. Should we do that? Let's take a look. We got some fun stuff to show you guys. Some fun stuff that hasn't even yet gone live on the trailer. So let me see what I can do here on the on the campaign. Let's see what we've got here and see if this works. Let's share the desktop. And you guys can get a good look, a good gander at this situation here. Make sure that we've got it set for, let's do desktop and see if this doesn't cause us all kinds of grief. Let's see what happens here. Okay, I think I successfully switched it to desktop so we can get rid of... Where's my camera overlay? Is this one? We're going to get rid of this one. And then I'm going to go to the desktop. It says show current application. Let's see here. Let's go to preview. And then I'm going to get rid of this. And let's see what comes up here. Let me see here. Current application. Show preview. And let's see if anything starts coming up. Hang on a second. Dang it. Zoom app to window. I don't know if I want that. I want entire... Let's do current application. That makes it a little bit easier. Is it not working? Is this... Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. There's got to be something else on here. Oh, there it is. Wait, Razor Kaio's on. This is not a professional operation, folks. I don't know what is going on. Hang on a second here. Click on this. Preview. Are you going to work? Are you going to behave? Heavens to Betsy. Never works when you want it to. Let's try Adobe Photoshop and see if that does anything. Zoom to application. Let's try that. Now, this is going to be one of those. Let's try entire screen and see if that does anything. This is going to be one of those, isn't it? It's going to be one of those streams. All right. Oh, holy mackerel. All right, let me see here. Ecamm. What have I got? Preferences. I'm going to go back to the Waffle Lodge because I'm not liking this blank screen. It's creeping me out. Hang on a second here, guys. May have to do one of those old-fashioned streams like we used to do. Screen sharing. There we go. Include mouse. Include blah, blah. Show everything when sharing the entire screen. Sure. Include desktop picture. Sure. Include icons. Sure. Add margins. Sure. All that sounds really good. Let me see here. Okay, so I'm not getting anything on the screen there. So I need to try to do Adobe Photoshop. Let's try the other window here. Let's see if this one wants to. That is not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. Okay, so I got a camera here that's live. And then I've got beach pictures for some reason. Oh, the lovely misses. That's always nice to see. Let's see here. Computer. Oh, this is giving me trouble. Come on, you can do it, kiddo. Double click to pick a camera source. Lordy B. All right, let's get rid of this. And let's get rid of this. And then why can't I share? Let's try an overlay. Overlay. Screen share overlay. Let's try this. Maybe this will work. Where is my screen share overlay? Guys, I'm telling you, this is diabolical. Hang on a second here. This is the death of my my screen life here. Let me see here. Where are we? Where? A screen share. There we go. Oh, there it is. Look at that tiny little thing. Let's see if this works. Let's try current application. Is that going to work? Let's try Adobe Photoshop. Is this going to work? I swear to God, this is the night. Okay, we're going to try something else here. Because it's not behaving. Overlays. Image overlay. My wife said, good luck. And I went, we'll see how it goes. Good luck is not always my thing here. Alrighty. Let's do this. I need some tech support. Here you go. So guys, right here for your viewing pleasure is the brand new John Malin. This is like Plan F is right, man. John Malin Springball cover. Please stop, Ecamm. I hate you so much. This right here is the brand new John Malin Springball cover. Look at it. It is glorious, guys. So, John, yeah, you'd figure I'd be solid on a computer, wouldn't you? It's terrible. It's terrible. Emo Trash has been going terrible. Yes, he does. So, yeah, this right here is John Malin's cover for Springball Terminal Monstrosity #1. Welcome, Simply Green. Thank you all for your patience. I have no idea why Ecamm is giving me so much trouble with screen sharing today. It's absolutely ridiculous. but I can assure you this, it's all my fault. So, for those of you guys who are tuning in right now, this was just incredible to see come in. And I want to say thank you to John Malin for this astounding image. I want to talk about it, and then I want to talk to you guys about some of the perks that I'm about to unleash upon this. Yes, indeed, Vaughn. Vaughn, I hope you liked your credit at the end of the Inglorious Rex trailer. I played it at the start of the stream, and I put trailer by Vaughn at the end there. So, yeah, I hope you dig it, man. This is crazy good. Unbelievably excited about it. And you could have knocked me over. There were no pumpkins in it. I don't know what's going on with this. You could have knocked me over with a feather when he showed this to me, and I just was blown away, guys. It's every single thing that John has probably ever wanted to do, and here is one of the coolest things ever. Well, forget about how awesome the architecture is. John actually did an old school Todd McFarlane corner image on this thing, and it is the coolest thing in the world. I'm beyond excited. And Vaughn, I know you're in the chat. I will send you the link if you want to come in here, but this stream is gonna be a train wreck. Very good point. Yes. A couple of weeks ago, John showed a Spider-Man sketch similar to this one. So he was trying out a similar pose for Springball. Yes. So John showed this piece, which I thought looked really cool. And it was a Spider-Man sketch he was working on. And I was like, oh, dude, he's drawing Spider-Man. That's so cool. I was wondering if he was going to go with the Romita or McFarlane eyes. Then he posted another post, and I still did not catch on to this. He posted another post that said, I'm sorry I've been away from streaming, Mr. President. I had to finish a piece of artwork. And I saw that, and I was like, wow, I can't wait to see it. Oh, I bet it's a godlike image, or maybe it's something for Inglorious Rex 3. Still no clue. And you can look, I commented, I went, legend. I was like, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait to see it. Then I go and I check my messages on X, and I see this. And I mean, I just about lost my mind when I saw this. So this cover by the great John Malin is going to be available on the campaign tonight. I'm going to, there's going to be a lot of tiers. I mean, both tiers as I try to do anything tonight, and then tiers on the campaign. Now, I've got a couple of big tiers that I'm going to be putting up now, perks that are going to be going up, and then this is going to be the covers individual comics. What's up, Shadowhawk Talks? How are you doing, brother? It's great to see you, man. And Emo Trash, great to see you here. And Darth Gutierrez, it's great to see you, brother. Oh my God, it's great to see all of you guys. It has been a crazy week. I've been trying to update the channel credits and everything like that. Vaughn, let me know if you want actually, I'm just going to send you the link because you want to pop in here. You absolutely do pop in here because Vaughn and I, we go way back to the Stone Ages. That's how it goes. But unbelievable and craziness. Let me first do this, guys. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the Springball campaign. You can't see it because everything is completely screwed up. We don't know why. We don't know why things happen this way. But it is what it is, as the kids say. I'm going to log in. So, gentlemen, start your engines. I'm going to log in, and I'm going to try to make all of these new tiers visible on the campaign. Because right now, they're invisible. And I just thought this would be a fun way for us to do this and get this stuff out there. And I have been working on this all weekend. I actually didn't know that John... First of all, I didn't know John was doing this, which is incredible in and of itself. If there's an artist that I have wanted to see do a Springball piece of artwork, it's John Malin, because John Malin, I think I said this 2 streams ago, maybe. John Malin is, and I really have studied and looked at Todd McFarlane's work, but John is the person who I think outside of myself, I would say, who understands Todd's work on that molecular level of what he was doing, what can never be replicated, what is great in it, what is sublime. And so when John gave me the vote of confidence on Springball and he says you're getting the essence of this stuff and you're doing some cool stuff with this, right? Man, that was big for me. I was like, all right, I got to do something with this. And then the story just came into my mind and I went, okay, I know what I'm going to do here. So let me just see here. Let's see here. Da, 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 da. Let's get these. Are you guys ready? Let's see if we can start getting some of these live here. Let's see here. Da, 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 da. Where are we? So I'm going to click on that one, click on that one. And add-ons and all that stuff have not totally been sorted for these new things, but they are here and there should be something interesting for everybody to get. And let me see. Is there anything else I'm missing? Oh, and there's a new cover by myself, which I want to show you guys as well that's in progress. Crazy stuff going on. So John had said to me on the original launch of this book, he had said to me, you need to have bigger tiers, you need to have other stuff going. So I thought, oh, I should work on a second cover. No idea what was coming. And so now we have 3 covers for this book. We have the throwback edition of this book. So many cool things. And so here we go. Let's see if I can see bulk actions. Nope, that didn't work. Can't do it that way. So I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Let's see how we do this here. We're going to do this one at a time. Okay. And then we'll see what happens. We've replaced Chant's brain with Folger's crystals. Let's see what happens. We're going to go through these one at a time, guys. Refresh and see what happens. Okay. And there you go. Let's see here. Let's get more of these on there. And is this one? There goes another one. Let us do this one next. And hopefully this works. And then let's do this one. Now let me make sure all of these are visible. Are there any that still say hidden no? Save changes. Save and continue. And then let me go to view campaign and let's see what we've got here. Oh yeah. There you guys go. There are all of the crazy perks are live and ready to go. So there we go. Check it out and go see what we can see, man. Go see what we can see. All right, so let me see here. There you go. You're killing me, Soren. That was great. Cracking me up, brother. All right, so now let me see what I've got here. Let me see here. Okay, so now I'm going to go to window. God help me, people. I mean, truly, God help me. I am doing my best here to figure this stuff out. Okay, so window, let's go to interview. Let's go to, I have no idea how this is going to work. Okay, that's on. All right, let me go to, let's see here. Let me go to, holy cow. All right. It's like, when's the last time I chatted with Vaughn about Peter Cushing? That's basically how I can tell what's been going on here. Alrighty. And I have everything tech-wise is a nightmare today, so we are here. Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Eric. If my brother Eric is around. There you guys go. Alrighty here. So I'm going to quit Google Chrome and come back to you guys and see what is doing. So yeah, so this right here, folks, this is what we've got going on at the moment. And I still cannot figure out what in the heck is going on with my screen share option, but we're just having trouble. That's the way it goes. So guys, everybody watching, whether you're on X or anywhere else, do go by Springball. The link is posted here in the chat. The link is posted in the description for this video. Mods, if somebody wants to, actually, I should probably go and do that. If somebody wants to post that, let me pin that to the chat. And then we can talk and we can have a nice, good old-fashioned friendly conversation. There we go, guys. There we go. So I'm going to talk a little bit about all of the cool stuff that's going on with Springball, the story. It's going to be a little bit dicey with all of the fun tech stuff going on, but I've got to figure out this software because I love this software. It's great. It allows me to show things in high resolution, but it is beyond Boomerville, USA, Vaughn. You have like no idea. Who does an Indian call for tech support? The question becomes. And I don't know. The answer is not with me. Um, we are in uncharted territory. I don't even know if I'm spelling any of this stuff right, so that'll be fun in and of itself. Okay, so we're gonna return there, and then I'm gonna pin message, and hopefully there we go, guys. So it is pinned to the top of the chat. Springball on Indiegogo, tons of new tiers, including the ones that I will be shedding quite frequently when doing this. And oh god, please stop whatever's going on with this thing. All right, I'm shutting this window down because I need a break from Google. So guys, yes, so Springball is coming along great. I 100%, yes, the Malin cover is live, guys. It is live, Headless Bourgeoisie. And thank you for being a channel member, and thank all of you guys, you new subscribers who are here on this channel. I promise it's usually a little bit smoother in terms of tech, but I'm a little bit excited. I'm a little bit nervous. I've been working on this stuff all day, had a wonderful Mother's Day with Mrs. and Jetty, who says hello and thank you to all of you guys. It's been a really great day today. Beautiful weather up here in Lovecraft country, and tons of work on Springball. Tons of work writing, tons of work illustrating, tons of work doing all kinds of stuff on this. And it is, as you can see, got a tremendous shot in the arm from John Malin, who just turned in a banger of a cover and just went fully into whatever space that he goes into when he's doing this work. And it was just John has done so much for Springball. I can't overstate that. The biggest thing he's done for Springball has been not only the launch of the campaign, which brought it to 5 figures, but then, of course, continually promoting it every chance he gets, and just really being an advocate for what this book is and what this book's about. And as I sit down to write these characters, and I sit down to do the layouts, and I do all this meticulous research, the same stuff that goes in, funny enough, to when I'm doing Nosfero the Crypt Walker, which has also got a campaign live. And today I was looking at the progress on the first page of the book, and I was just over the moon with it. I just thought, oh my god, this is going to look really, really great. And let me see if I can figure this out here. General account, blah, blah, blah. Video, interview, stream. Let me see here. Use high quality video mode. I want to see if I can figure out the screen sharing thing. Include desktop icons. Show mouse clicks. No, I don't need that. Don't need the mouse cursor. Screen with no changes. No. Add margins. No. Include desktop picture. Include desktop icons. Don't know if I need that. Interview. Play ring chime. Auto answer guess. All right. I'm just curious to figure out what is going on with this. So, if you're just joining us, I was trying to figure out why I could not share my screen, which is, of course, a total mess. So let me just turn this off. I have a feeling I have something. I have a feeling I have something on. Let me see. There we go. I have a feeling I have something on. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, wait. Is that it? Nope, that's John's. So I'm trying to figure out why it won't let me share. Crop to fill. Entire screen. Let's try Adobe Photoshop and see if that works. Nope. I can't get that to show up. All right. So I'm just going to have to figure out another way of doing this. I may just grab my camera and point it at the damn screen in a minute. So yeah, so of all the things we've got going, I'm telling you, it's one of those days, guys. It's one of those beautiful, gorgeous days. Let me see here. Okay. So let's have some fun, as Bob Ross would say. Let me plug this bad boy in and see if this wants to behave itself. Okay, camera, double click to pick a source. And let's see here. There we go. That sounds about right, but for some reason, it's given me all of this. So I got to figure out why it's not behaving itself. Later. Remind me later. Okay. It's just trying to... It's like just showing all of the... Let's see, whatever. If it's going to show this, I want to see if it activates the camera. Will you activate the camera, or will you show my apps? No. I wonder if I hit... let me see here. Let's try... Shanth and Jetty's iPhone camera. That's what I was looking for. I don't need to mirror my iPhone. Come on, you can do it. You've got this, camera. Come on. There we go. Hey, there we go. All right, guys. So one of the things I'm going to be doing on this campaign, Angels and Saints defend us. One of the things I'm going to be doing on this campaign, one of the things I'm really excited about is there's going to be some... Oh my God, I'm looking at the chat. I'm so far behind on the chat. I am so sorry. What is it you're trying to get to, Rocky? Which program? Ecamm. What is it? Rock, what have you got? Rock, I'll send you the link if you want to come in here. Oh, he's gone now. No, I'm back. I'm back, Glass Machine. I'm back. I think you should add a scene where Springball gets disrespected by a bouncer at a pub. That's what I'm working on, guys. That's what I'm working on. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, Rock, if you want to come in here and troubleshoot the tech support. Art Haida, it's great to see you. Gary G, it is great to see you guys. Yes, all right, you got it. Yes, I've finally got something working. Heavens to Betsy. All right, guys. So this is what I'm working on right now. Jamie, teach this boomer how to stream. Where is Jamie? Just back the Malin cover. So glad to hear. Got to go to bed. Take care, Shadowhawk Talks. Watching in the morning. Sounds good, brother. And thank you so much for backing it, guys. Malin cover is sick. Thought it was odd he was doing a Spider-Man drawing. So did I, man. I absolutely thought it was odd. But it's John. I was like, he's doing a Spider-Man cover. So it's gonna be great, man. That's what we're gonna do. So completely was caught off guard. Desk view. Okay, I've got that. Well, that's interesting. Oh, wow! All the things that are now possible, I'm discovering all of these wondrous things I can do with my camera here. Nice. All right, let's see what we got to do here. All right, background unavailable. I don't know what that is. Reactions portrait. Okay, no idea what that is. We're gonna have to ponder that, people. We're gonna have to ponder and figure out what's going on. I do feel as though there is something causing trouble with this today, but I can't. Oh, hold on a second. Screen share. Is that gonna work? Is that going to appear? I don't think it's gonna appear or work, but we'll give it a try and see if it works. Okay. So it's saying there's a screen share there. I still think it's the same problem. I have yet to figure out why it's current application, which would be this, Adobe Photoshop. Oh, wait a second. No, that's not it. So frustrating. All right, whatever. So I'm done with that. I'm done toying with you, screen share. I'm done toying with you. You've broken my heart one too many times. Okay, so let's talk about Springball right now, and let's talk about... I'm focusing on the chat. You guys care. When I add... you guys actually care, not this stream. Yeah, I'm Jamie, but not that Jamie. I agree with you, Sleeping Psychopathy, and I appreciate you. Let me see here. When I add one, it only lets me. When I add one, it only lets me to proceed to get checkout. I want to get both. Are you talking about? Oh, I can't add both covers to my basket. Oh, I see what you're saying. So yeah, it's an add-on tier. There's not an add-on tier yet for those. Because I've got the get all of the books from this. So Mark, something you can think about doing, unless of course you backed the vintage number 2. Because the vintage issue number 2s, if you could lose those if you refund those. But if you've just got one copy of the book or one of the other perks, the best thing to do would be to get the 2025 catch up. That's the best bang for the buck, because that's going to have all 3 of those covers, and then it's going to have the throwback edition and all of that stuff. So I wanted to kind of make it easier for you guys to get the stuff shipped together. So that's a really good question. Um, I'm not even a diehard Malin fan, but that's probably one of the best covers I've seen in CG. It's incredible. Yeah, what John did with that cover is absolutely fantastic, man. And actually, let's bring that back up because it is 100% worth a look. Just a beautiful, beautiful cover. And I don't know what to say about it. I was blown away when I saw it. I thought it was just incredible. Look at the texture of. I gotta move this back. Look at the texture of what he did with the moon. That is incredible to me. But he just gave it this kind of haunting life that I love and is very Lovecraftian. You want to talk boomer? I now own a laptop for the first time at almost 40. God bless you, man. A Man Called Plush. I was so late to getting cell phones and computers and all that stuff. Sean, describe what you're looking at. I know, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, Sweet Mama Vishnu, this is painful. I know it is, Glass Machine. Oh, it's bad. Let me see here. Kirk Warren says, Jamie, teach this boomer how to stream. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. It's shipping to Canada, yes. So, Random McGranderson, what we're trying to do now is kind of see how things shake out right now with Canada. So right now, for those bigger perks, we're only offering those to the United States right now. Because the shipping for our last couple of books and things that we've shipped to Canada has been nuts. I actually do feel optimistic that things are going to get better. But right now, some of those bigger tiers, with the exception of the single books, those are all for the States for right now, just because the weight on those things is going to be tremendous. So yeah, we're looking at that. We're trying to figure that out. We're looking at freight shipping and all sorts of other stuff. And we're going to see how that works. I made the covers, themselves, the single issues, available everywhere. So those are going to be the ones that you can get anywhere in the world. But it's just, again, it's the shipping thing, which is crazy. So was this for Shanth or to outdo Chris Graves? I don't know. It was a mixture of both, Dreamcast 18. And Chris Graves, thank you so much for doing that Springball piece, by the way. I liked it. It put a huge smile on my face, man. And I got a tremendous kick out of it. G Meza is saying hello. Yes, Boomerville Party of One, Vaughn. It's bad up in here. It's bad up in here, guys. It's not a great scene. I was doing so well. I was doing so well earlier today, and I was building all of this stuff and trying to figure it out. And I have so much stuff that I wanted to show you guys. But unfortunately, this disaster of an office and all of the craziness. For example, the only thing I can really do, if I can, let me close that window right there, move this over. The only thing I can really do, and it would be fun, maybe not fun, but it might be funny, is if I take the comments and put it here so I can see this. And then those are the overlays right there. Let me see if this works. And it'll probably disconnect the camera, knowing me. But let me take this and shrink it down. Oh, there we go. You can see my messy desktop. And you can even see me right now. How's that for surreal? It's going to be infinite computer. Look at that. Isn't that terrifying? But let's do this instead, because this is a lot easier. This right here is what I've been looking at today. This has been what my work has been today. I've been working on Springball all day. Been doing details of the architecture on page 1. And this has been basically what my life has been, working on Springball and working on these campaigns today. Let me actually make this, if I may, full screen, so you guys can sort of see what I've been up to. Because, I mean, this is very, very old school. This is how we used to do things back in the early days of Comicsgate. But there's so much detail that has yet to come, stuff that I have yet to completely iron out. But this is the thing for me. This is what I've been up to, has been trying to get all of this stuff, all of the little bits of detail into it. What is up? Thank you so much. Must have, so I got one. There you go. I'm gonna have to hide this because it's creating the infinite factor there. So let me move this out of the way. I'm gonna move it right down here so it's nice and safe. There you go. So yeah, so this has been what I've been working on. This has been every single day on Springball, working on the type, the logo, all of the detail. This right here is page 1. And if you look at page 1, one of the things that you can see is it's going to open up with Springball's eye, and it's going to open up with him on the top of one of my favorite buildings in all of Providence, which is a big part of Kingsport, which is Springball City. And that is, of course, the Superman building as it's known in Providence. It's actually what its nickname is. So H.P. Lovecraft was walking through Providence, Rhode Island. He called himself the gentleman from Angel Street, and his tombstone said, "I am Providence." And as he was living there was a building going up that would be nicknamed the Superman building. It does not get any crazier than that. And, you know, you can just see the tremendous amount of detail work that I'm putting in to all of this stuff to make Springball everything it can be. And it's been crazy, and it's been tremendous to kind of see how I can get into all of the aspects of these characters and their features and really make them come alive. And I can't tell you how fun it's been working on this stuff. Just a complete and utter trip. Let me see what I've got here. Let's try. Yeehaw. There's some Google. Let's go here, shall we? Let's go to Google. Guys, 404 backers, $21,359. Boy, this is really feeling like some old school Comicsgate. For those of you guys who were here back in the day, you know what I'm talking about. This is pretty much what our life was like. Filming computer screens without a gimbal. So let's take a look at this right here, guys. Let's take a look and see what we've got here on the campaign. Since I am tired of attempting to share this share the screen. So right here is the brand new John Malin cover, guys. Right there, guys. And like I said, I could not be happier. I could not be more excited about this trailer. It has come out so incredibly well, and thrilled with it. Yes, indeed. Hail, new cover. Looks Malin-like. You're absolutely right. It's a John Malin cover. There you have it. Read my last comment. Maybe it explains it better. Okay, hang on a second. Sean, congrats on the awesome cover. Must have, so I got one. Thank you so much. Let me go back here. Hold on a second here. I got you, boss. Let me see if I can find you here. Mark's Music Obsession. Mark's Music Obsession. Where are you, Mark? Ah, here we go. Oh, I did the $85 perk with the head sketch day 1, and I have all the original books. I just need to get the 2 new covers, and it will only let me add 1 perk, then it sends me to checkout. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Hang on a second, Mark. Hang on a second. All right, I'm going to go in and fix that in 1 second once I go through these tiers. I'll go take care of that for you, Mark. Don't worry. All right, guys. So here we go. So this right here, the Springball Throwback Edition. If you don't have it, it's not an exact reprint. It's not a facsimile. It's just sort of a new printing. The Throwback Edition. You can kind of see what it says right there. If you want to see what the book looked like when I was 25, God bless you. Some of you guys want to do a comparison. And there you go. And that's what I got it for. So it's there for you guys to do a side-by-side. Someone had asked for me to do a PDF, but I kind of didn't want to. The John Malin cover, there are not enough superlatives to talk about how great this cover is. I don't know why, but filming this stuff with my phone is making me laugh. If you were here in 2018 when Comicsgate was started and during the whole, well, not when the publishing aspect of Comicsgate was started, but really when Comicsgate became a viable force in comics, which is what I kind of consider Comicsgate to be. And of course, during the Fandom Menace days, it was a lot of filming iPads from Ethan Van Sciver, which was awesome, and one of the reasons I'm here. That's a really good question. I'm struggling with the trade dress right now, Cole. I almost like the idea of having it without type on it because I like the art so much. What do you think? Yeah, what do you think, Cole? I kind of like it nude, as they say. I kind of like it without any of that stuff on it because it's just so sharp, and I think it makes it kind of have a special look. But I'll have to talk to John about that. I'm not sure. I'm kind of torn on it because I don't know. I dig what it looks like right now. Sorry, let me go back to this. Okay, so we've got that. Then we've got this, and this right here is the new cover B. So this is the brand new cover B of Springball #1, and cover B is a new cover by me, and instead of it being, of course, Springball in the eye of the frog monster, as we've got right here, the brand new cover B by myself has got this right there. It's got Springball's eye with a view of the frog monster, and I have not yet begun to detail this. Not yet begun. There will be more detail, rest assured, but it's just going to be a really, really fun cover. Then you've got Springball #1 plus print, which is kind of a throwback to all of my Nosfero stuff. I always do prints, 27 of those claimed. You can also add prints at the end when you're checking out, too, just to remember. There's also 2 Springball #1 deluxe editions right there. And we've got 5 of those claimed. So if you want to have 2, 1 reader copy, although I think now more people are going to probably want to play around with the 2 covers. There's Springball with an ink head sketch on the inside of the book on the signatory page. And there's 17 out of 50 of those claimed, and this is where I went a little off the rails with the latest 2 tiers that I've offered. 17 out of 50 of those are claimed. Here's where stuff starts getting really crazy. Okay? And right now, just for right now, these are only available in the States until I can figure out what's going on with shipping because, I mean, we've looked at the weight on this, and the shipping is the cheapest shipping we can do is through the roof. Like, I'm a little worried about the weight. So I got to wait for Canada to kind of get some thoughts on that. And I'm looking at Canada, looking at the UK, which I think is probably going to be changing. So there you go. There's a little look at that tier. Now, this tier, 1 claimed, thank you so much. All of this is the 2025 completed. So all Springball Terminal Monstrosity #1 covers, all 3 covers. So cover A by me, cover B by me. So that's the 2 viewpoints. And then on top of that, there's the throwback edition as well. So you're going to get a comic book size version so you can do a compare and contrast on all of that stuff. And it's going to be really, really fun. And this is the list of everything. You also are going to get a sticker. You're going to get prints, any other things that get added, of course, any stretch goal stuff. But right now that the print and the sticker are included in that. And of course, the John Malin cover. And one of those is gone. Right now, here's where we start getting into the serious stuff right here. This is the Springballer tier. The Springballer tier has all of the prints, all of the covers, the throwback edition, and it has the sticker with it. But one other thing, it has an inked sketch on black. And so what I'm going to be doing for this is I'm going to be using ink, so white and black ink, and maybe a little bit of gouache, but it's going to be black and white. To do a dealer's choice, whatever I come up with, it's going to be an original sketch for you that's on a 6x9 black media paper shipped to you in a mailer just like everything else. So you're getting everything on the previous tier, but you're also getting an ink sketch on black media paper, which I know a lot of you guys like the look of that media paper. There you go. Now, if you want to talk bang for the buck here, and this is really a big bang for the buck right here, the All-Star Springballer. Now, what has this got in it? And we found the box of these, and so here you go. Last chance on this. All Springball Terminal Monstrosity #1 covers. The Springball Throwback Edition, and here's the crazy one. Springball Vintage #2 is available, just 50 of these guys. There's 100 of the previous one and only 50 of these. The Springball Throwback Edition and the Vintage #2, any campaign art prints that come out during the course of this campaign, the sticker and a watercolor head sketch that's 8.5 by 11 on black media paper, This one's going to be color of either Springball or the Frog Monster, Dr. Victor von Freud, shipped to you in a magazine-sized mailer. So there you go, guys. This one is going to be crazy. And because we're talking about it, let me move this over here and set this up here. Hang on one second. My studio is very clean on this side and incredibly disastrous on the other side. So let's do this. Let's do this. I see laughter in the chat, which I love because I know this is absolutely terrifying. Oh my God, Shanth, your CG tech support. I can see your phone. Of course you can. Of course you can see my phone. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Just back to mail and cover. Thank you so much, Christopher Bouchard. Fantastic. I appreciate you. Where the heck is my screen? Here we go. Here, guys. This is hilarious. Crazy, right? Shanth, I love you. Thank you, Sleeping Psychopathy. I do my best. Cool, Christopher. Look at all you fine people here. Diaphanous covers. You gotta have a diaphanous cover. Yes, Shanth blew it from Boomersville tonight. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Your logo is really great, so I'd like to see it on there, but being a virgin makes it a little more unique. Okay, good. I agree with that. Let's see here. Just reinforcing the Evil Dead connection with shaky cam. God bless you, Dreamcast 18. I do appreciate that. Let's go, Virgin. I'm with you, Lloyd. Virgin. Yep, got it. I vote no trade dress. I'm down for that. Mail-in Virgin variant. You guys win. That's what we're doing. Now they have upgraded software, hardware, but only half of them know how to use it. Yeah, it's so crazy. Let's see here. Springball is scary. Yeah, it's a bit scary. It's a little bit scary, but it's not. How do I put it? It's not that scary. Dave and Games, what's up? Evening, Jonathan. It's good to see you live today. Thank you, brother. It's good to have you here. We got 182 people watching, guys. If you're just joining us right now, we are talking about the brand new tiers on the Springball Indiegogo and a very, very special tier, courtesy of one incredible artist and one of the biggest supporters of Springball, period, bar none, one John Malin. And John Malin did this cover right here of Springball for the Springball Terminal Monstrosity campaign, which he launched on his channel, which he, made into what it is right now with just the enthusiasm and support. And there are 3 covers now available of Springball Terminal Monstrosity with the little, where we used to have that little, UPC code on there and you could scan everything. And then they would occasionally, for the direct market editions, they would put the drawing in there. John went full awesome on this cover. And look at that. Look at that corner image. It's just fantastic. So for those of you guys who are curious about the head sketch on black paper, I noticed your McFarlane-inspired style is refined and analyzed with an artist's eye, not like Capullo's art when Todd stopped drawing Spawn after the Batman crossover. Yeah, I've got that Batman crossover like around here somewhere. I was just looking at it the other day, and I agree with you 100%. Yeah, Katie grabbing oars 100%. Thank you guys for all of your support, man. Yes, my approach to McFarlane's stuff and my approach to what I liked about Todd was I liked what he did with those early issues a lot. That was the stuff I was most excited about. And so let me do this because this will make life, it'll make life a little bit easier here. Let me just see here. Select all. There we go. Copy merged. Boomer time is the only time. Let's see here. Okay. Let's double click on that. Paste. This is going to be so much more fun. I think. Boomerland is it's a real place, guys. And I live in it. My wife is going to laugh her head off when she when she hears about this in the morning because she's going to be like, "Oh, lordy." But that's how it goes. Let me do this. Will this work? There we go. Okay. All right. So now, let's try this. Can I do it? Can I make it happen? Okay, so let's do I'm going to get rid of or hide this. It's painful to do. This is what the head sketches are going to look like on black paper for those of you guys who are curious. And this will kind of give you a little bit of an insight into how I paint and how I think about my work when I'm working. This right here is a look at what those color painted 8.5 by 11 head sketches are going to look like. So if you're wondering what those are going to look like, it's the same approach when I paint and when I do my digital work and I paint. Yeah, I am absolutely Gen X with pride. Thank you. I was just talking to my brother from another mother today, who you always see thanked and who is my editor, man. Later, Cranberry. Take care, brother. Where are you? There we go. All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, those bats feel very EVS. You know what's so cool is, and I don't think I even talked to him about this, in Springball City, there was this thing that a comic book artist always do, Todd McFarlane always did, where there were, thank you, Stephen Rockwood. I really appreciate that. And it's true. It's true. Um, I always liked the fact, I always started thinking to myself, like, why, if you're doing a gothic story, would I want to have crows or ravens or anything like that? I want to have bats. I want to give it that gothic feel. And when I saw John do that, I was like, John gets this character. Thank you, Lloyd. It's the same thing with your painting, which has been on my easel today. It's right back here. Oh, thank you. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Christopher Bouchard. I really do appreciate that, man. So if you back the book, let me know in the chat, because as things are crazy here, I want to make sure I get some cheerleaders out to all of you people backing. So here you go. This is for you, brother.
Charge!
There we go. So yeah, it has been Mother's Day. It has been insane here, and I've just been running around like crazy. What's up, Scorpio? How are you doing, brother? It's great to see you, man. We got 178 people watching between YouTube and here. And it has been nuts. Dave and Games looks great, unique, and I love the textures, composition of the paint. Yeah, I want to let the black of the paper sort of come through and then push the color into it, because if you're gonna back, and by the way, guys, this is the cheapest painted head sketch you will ever get, is in that tier. The books you're gonna get every single book ever, period, full stop, that I have on me, with the exception of, you're going to get the throwback that's kind of a reprint and of the original story and artwork for book one. But this is the cheapest head sketch you will ever get of this. Now, is it going to be as detailed as the ones on whiteboard? No, but it's going to be, as you can see, a full color, really beautiful to frame. And I want to point this out. I have not, as of yet, done any new traditional Springball artwork for this book. I'm painting it digitally. So if you want to have an original piece of Springball artwork or the Frog Monster from this book, this is the way to get it. So now what I want to do is I want to do a new overlay. So let me add an image overlay so I can share this with you guys. And this will be a little bit easier. So for those of you guys who are still want to see some of the pages and some of the stuff I'm doing, here you go, guys. This right here, and it is very, very, very early on. There we go. Let me move that up one more. This right here is Springball page 1. This is the crazy detail that is going into this book. This page isn't even done. This page is, I'd say, about like 60% done. But it's about getting all the detail that I can possibly get into this book. And you can really see the architectural detail. And it is just nuts. Thank you so much, Blue Boy Comics. I'm so glad. Thank you, my friend. Does the top tier have the book that sold out already? Yes. Lloyd, the very top tier has Springball number 2, the vintage, that is sold out. We found some more copies of it. We checked them over, and I was like going, we're gonna put those into the top tier. Yes, a Malin cover on the campaign, man. A Malin cover. If you're just now getting here, Jeremy Burtz, if you haven't seen it yet, I'll put it right over this. If I get this to work. There you go. This is the John Malin cover right there. This right here is John doing his thing. John making magic happen here at the Waffle Lodge, here in the tech hell that is me changing all this stuff. Thank you, Pike Bishop, and thank you again for representing Mr. Woody Strode in the chat. Hang on a second, Pike Bishop, because you're here. I'm rearranging my office, Pike Bishop. It's a bit of a mess, but I'm rearranging my office. And so I have this off the wall and on the floor here next to me. So I will always represent Woody Strode with this painting I did of him. Gosh, I want to say a couple of years ago now. Wait, actually, what am I saying? I think it's signed. Wow, really? 2016. That painting is 9 years old. Can you believe it? So yes, I do love me some westerns. I love me some pulp. I love me all of that stuff. And it's just, oh yeah, this artwork and coloring is classic comic art. Yes, yes, that's what I wanted to do. That's why I'm doing everything. And guys, I didn't even tell you. Oh, you own the original Battle Beast splash page pencils and inks. My God, that's awesome. Let me see here. The artwork's gonna be a classic style that's been prevalent. Oh yes, classics art with that modern style. Yes, yes, yes. I'm trying to blend all of those things together. And yeah, this Malin cover is nuts. But you guys want to hear something even cooler about this Malin cover? So as you know, if you've been following what I do the writing, the illustrating full color artwork for Nosfero, which is hand painted and which you guys have probably seen me show a few times on streams. When it comes to Springball, I'm doing everything. I'm painting it digitally. I'm putting the colors together. In fact, let me go back and just share that with you guys here. Let's see here. Turn this one off and turn this one on here. So this right here is the in progress page of what I'm doing with Springball. So I'm doing everything on this book. I'm doing everything. Now, here's the cool part. John Malin did his own colors on this piece. So this is a 100% John Malin piece. So going back to the question you guys had, I think it's answered. I think it's solved. This is going to be a completely no anything on it. It's going to be a virgin cover. It's not going to have the Springball stuff on it. All it's going to have is the stuff on the back because it doesn't need it. I'm the publisher. So that's what makes it fun. I'm the publisher, so I get to make those decisions. And so that's what's going to make it so cool. What's up, John? How are you doing? And Hale, it's great to see you, man. And it's just it's so cool, man. It's so cool. And the book story is so fun, and it's going to take you into a really cool world. And yes, is it creepy? Yes. Is it has it got some scary aspects to it? Yes, but I would say it's certainly not Nosfero in terms of nudity, to be sure. It doesn't have any of that in it really, in terms well, it's complicated. But nothing like Nosfero in that sense. It's probably more like Punisher limited series in that sense, or the Spider-Man Torment series, or like early Spawn, but not nearly that particularly gory in terms of what it shows, but it has its moments. But it really is about a superhero addressing things today, and it's an aspirational story in terms of the Springball character. Because Springball, as I've talked about him, Springball is essentially was designed as somewhat of a crash test dummy for weapons testing. He's not a human being. He doesn't need to sleep. He doesn't need to rest. He doesn't need to eat. He can't even close his eyes. So he's just on 24 hours a day. And he's working 24 hours a day, trying to make things a little bit better. And it's given him a unique perspective on the human condition. But now the inhuman condition is entering the fray as his world is affected by people unlocking evil, a lot like Evil Dead. And that's sort of been the joy of this thing. Oh my God, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Oh, of course. Got Lloyd. Gotta listen to backers. Gotta listen to you, man. It's Lloyd is such a patron of the stuff that I do, and Lloyd is definitely. If you guys don't know, I mean, it's like if you haven't been around here a lot, and you're new here, by the way, welcome. But Stephen Rockwood and Timmy Mello and Mark's Music Obsession and all of these guys and Admiral Wackass and everybody who's been here and been a part of my streams from the beginning, it's like it's just kind of a crazy, and God, I gotta give a shout out to D-Wag as well, who's just a crazy promoter. All of you guys have And Comicsgate, man. So I've been in Comicsgate now, and I'm not saying this by means of, like, at faculty meetings, teachers will often be, well, I've been teaching for 20-something years, and it's great, but sometimes every meeting it gets a little bit old. So I'm not saying it like that. But I've been so excited about Comicsgate. It got me re-excited in comic books. I was a college professor, for those of you guys who don't know, and I was a Star Wars fan, and I had drawn comics both professionally and independently, and done all of this stuff, and I was now self-publishing art books inspired by what Ethan was doing with Comicsgate. I didn't know anybody here, so I was like, all right, I'm going to publish these on Indiegogo. And in my sphere, there was a lot of people. Grandpa Shanth, you know it's true? You know it's true. In my sphere, there wasn't a Comicsgate. There wasn't a bunch of people getting together and complaining about academia, because if you did, you were canceled and you were forced out. The only person who was speaking truth to power, who I was listening to on my 90-mile commute up and 90-mile commute back from my job, was Jordan Peterson. In fact, I had this kind of both uplifting and depressing occurrence regarding Jordan Peterson and my job. I was listening to Jordan Peterson and thinking, I can't share any of this stuff with anybody I work with. Anybody. Because he is like, persona non grata. He is like the bane of academia. So I get a nail in my tire, so I drive over to the shop to have them fix it. They're friends of ours. And the guy gets in the car, and I'd forgotten I'd had my Jordan Peterson's, not that I cared, CD playing. And so he goes, fixes the tire, drives it around, and the guy gets out of the car, looks at me, and he goes, Jordan Peterson? I said, yeah, man. He goes, right on. And I felt so sad, man, to drive back up, 1 hour convo about Ayn Rand incoming for sure. But I ended up driving up to work, and I felt so depressed because I'm like, I am going to be driving up to work to a place where I can't even talk about the ideas this guy is saying. It is absolutely the Holy Inquisition. One day I'm going to tell even more stories about it, but Jordan Peterson in his latest video for Daily Wire really covers it well, right? And so, yeah, that guy was like a shot in the arm, and I said, why am I not with people like this? Why do I have to go work with people like that? I could have a more interesting and intelligent conversation with this guy because we both work with our hands. We're both craftspeople in that sense. But either way, he's a sane human being, and it really kind of exhausted me, man. Well, I'm trying to spend my money. I know, Mark. Hang on a second. And so, yeah, I was completely shocked by this. And I'm almost 50 now, so I'm 48 right now, and I've been a college professor for 18 years at this point. And I was just, work was getting more invasive into your, critical race theory, DEI, all of this stuff that was actually holding my career back. It was heartbreaking. And I finally said, I am so exhausted. Let me go and watch. Oh my God, yeah. Well, God bless you, Reed. Seriously, that's a much better experience, man. But this is yeah. I know, Mark. I know. Don't worry, I'm getting it sorted out too. Ought to be 48 again. But I can't tell you guys how depressing and isolating it is to be in a politically homogenous space. That's the best way I could put it. Because politics is where art goes to die. It just does. What is that? The old Hollywood executive who said about movies with a message. He said, if you want to send a message, call Western Union. So my students would start talking politics in my classrooms. And I would say, okay, you guys are talking politics? And they'd go, yeah, we're talking politics. And I'd go, cool. Can either one of you guys tell me what Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States is? And they'd go, freedom of speech? And I'd go, nope. That's an amendment. That's the First Amendment. That would be the Bill of Rights. That's not Article 1. Article 1 is the start of the Constitution. This is the instructions for running this country. And they would go, why? Why does that matter? It's not like we're running the country. And I just looked at them. I was like, you're the sovereign, you idiots. I was like, you have to know the Constitution, for God's sake. Article 1 establishes the legislative branch because we were coming out of a monarchy. Article 2 is the executive branch. Article 3 is the judiciary. How do you not know this? Like, how do you not understand? States' rights as we get into Article 4. Like, how do you guys not understand? There's only 7 articles, I think. And the 7th one is the ratification of the Constitution. Anyway, I can't even get into this. My point is this. To get back to my point. It drove me crazy that there was no one I could have these conversations with. Nobody who was actually interested in civics and like how we're going to protect this very, very rare and precious thing, this constitutional democracy, where a republic where we have free speech, we have all of these rights. And the thing that got me, man, and the thing that really got me was I'm sitting here and I'm watching Ethan's Star Wars videos, and he's bringing joy to me after a long day's work by cutting up roast Tico figures, but mainly for going, this is all crazy. What's going on? And I'm kind of getting introduced to, Cecil and all those folks. So I go to look at, turn on his channel, Comic Artist Pro Secrets, right? Comic Artist Pro Secrets. Maybe some of you have heard of this guy, Ethan Van Sciver. So I didn't read DC Comics. I wasn't no, I don't still teach. Nope, I had a big choice to make, and that is thank you for the question. It was a hard career decision. So I'm watching Comic Artist Pro Secrets, and all of a sudden, and I felt like, I think I'd been working really late, so I felt like my brain had just broken, which is sort of what happened when John Malin showed me this cover. Jordan Peterson starts talking, and he goes, "Hi, I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. You're watching Comic Artist Pro Secrets with Ethan Van Sciver." And I'm like, wait, what? And he goes, "Illustrator of 12 Rules for Life." And that's when I realized that the guy I'd been watching talk about Star Wars, who was also an artist, which was amazing in and of itself to learn about him, illustrated 12 Rules for Life with Jordan Peterson, the only voice talking about what was going on in academia and how dangerous it was. Try to imagine what that was like, Try to imagine what that was like for me. And it's only gotten scarier. It's only gotten scarier with the weird coincidences that have happened. Like, I just kind of step back and I go, okay, this is a thing that's happening now, and we're here. So yeah, so that has been one of the crazier parts of my experience. Well, my wife was really supportive because, Soren, it's funny you say that. My wife was really supportive because of my reasoning for why I couldn't be there anymore. And I did everything I could to bite the bullet. I wanted to leave probably 2 years before I did, but I've got 2 kids, 2 adult kids now. And things have not gotten cheaper. And I had a full-time, this isn't like I was part-time and and I did that for 13 years. I have a master's degree. I worked so hard to get this position, and I was commuting 90 miles to make it work to support my family. But then they started introducing, not just critical race theory. They started introducing, I had 2 students come to me to say that they were told in a classroom environment, critique environment, that because they were white, whenever they spoke, they were silencing other people's voices. And I went, this is the same racist crap I grew up with directed at me. And I used to say back then, if somebody ever did that and I was witnessing it, I would do something. I would stand up. I'd say something. In a room full of people where no one was saying something, I said, why doesn't just one person say something? One person. I'm getting my ass. Actually, let me be clear. I had some friends who absolutely had my back. But early on, when I first moved to Tennessee, no, it was not a fun place to be, man. It was rough. It was real. I didn't know what happened because I'd never experienced it before. And so I was like, maybe if I change my shirt and my shoes, this won't happen to me tomorrow. It was rough, man. It was a rough time, man. And so I told these students, I said to my entire class, even before I left, I go, anyone who tells you that is evil. Absolutely evil. And that is an evil thing to say. And I started butting heads with people, and I just realized if I stay here, I gotta make this, I'm making this bad situation awful. I still remember the 2 students who came to me. One student came to me his senior year and said he hadn't spoken since freshman year because he said one thing and they all called him a racist and a psychopath. So he was quiet for the rest of his time in college. And only when I started talking to him did he feel like he could talk to anybody. He was like shocked. It was rough, man. It was really, really rough. And then this other student, funny enough, she was engaged to a guy who's browner than I am, was the one they told that she wasn't allowed to talk in class. I remember these kids, like, it's crazy. They probably have no idea. But it's just nuts. It's just nuts. Yes, because my plan is absolutely yes. Oh, actually, let me see where we May. Wait, hold on a second. May, June, July, August, September, November. Okay, so here's the thing. If the book is going to be shipped, I'm thinking early next year or end of this year, but it's tough to say because Nosfero is going to press as soon as this book's what do you call it, first disbursement happens. Because Indiegogo does this thing sometimes where they hold your money, and I just want to always make sure, even if it's a trickle, that we always have something coming in. But Nosfero book 1, God, I'm tired. Nosfero book 1, the reprint and the art edition, all that stuff is going to be going to the printer. Like, that's all being prepped right now. So then this book is going to be after. And as soon as I get it illustrated, because I'm still working on drawing out all the pages. So I'm thinking early 2026. Because I could show you, but I would spoil it. I could show you an overview. All of the pages are in InDesign right now, being plugged in. I mean, it's being meticulously reworked. So let's say 2026, like, to be safe, because Nosfero is going to be shipping out next, and that's not going to be as hard of a one to ship. So I hand box and package everything that gets sent out of my house. So I hand boxed, signed, bagged, and boarded 660 packages with the last campaign, all by myself in this room, which is small, where I also work and stream. It's a crazy setup, man. It's a crazy setup. So let me see what I can do here. Create new perk, create add-on perk. Let me see here. Let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna make it a hidden perk first so I can double check everything first. And let me see here. One. And wait, what cover am I on right now? What am I on right now? It's like, no, you're watching it. You're watching it live, folks. You're watching it live. It's a scary, scary thing. See cover B. 1. And then, oh man, Mark, I may have to do this later because I am just like, yeah, I've got to bring images in here and all this stuff, Mark. And I'm just like, oh, I don't think I can do it right now. Sane. Because I've got to get some more images and then I've got to like lay some stuff out. So just hang tight, Mark. Hang tight. I'm going to get those add-ons for you, okay? I'm going to get those done, but I just want to make sure that I don't screw something up while I'm doing that. Because looking at it right now, I just went, "Oh wait, I got to make sure it's done for exporting and everything else." Yeah, the packages smell like real shanth. Get yours now. Yeah, it's the packages of this book, I am so careful with shipping. I have a stack of it right here. So when I'm packing these books up, I put in like lots of filler cardboard, all of that stuff, just to make sure that these books are nuts. Everyone enjoy the stream. I will watch later. Good night. Good night, Lloyd Burton. It is great to have you here. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it. I sought my way out of the academy because of the hostile ideological repression. Also because it's a nest of, yes, exactly right. I didn't mention names or specific places, but that's how it is. Yes. It is rough. Later, Lloyd says Mark's music obsession. Yeah, Mark, I'm gonna take care of that as soon as I can, tonight after I'm done streaming. But yeah, guys, it's crazy like how much goes into packing up these books and getting them shipped out. I'm always like making sure the corners are squared. If the corners have sag in them, because they're 8x10 books, they're a little bit more expensive to ship, and they're a little bit more they're bigger in terms of size. I go and I pad out the cardboard so that my shipping boxes are always squared on the side. There's no sag. Lots of work goes into the shipping on these things. So I want to show you another image if I can. So I was showing you guys the image of book 1, if I can find it here. Hang on a minute here. Where the heck is it? Image of book 1. And then, where is it? Okay, so I've got this awesome cover by the great John Malin. Thank you, John. It is beautiful. Here is an image of book 1. Just so this is not done, but this is page 1. And, someone had said this earlier in chat, and I really do appreciate you saying it, is that this stuff was a lot less scribbly than the people who followed in Todd's footsteps. And I think that there's definitely something. I would say probably I'm going to probably do just over 2 hours. I've already been going for an hour and 30 because I want to make sure that I got this launched, made sure that people were able to back it and see what's happening. And yeah, I'm just kind of wanting to get it out there because I promised people I was going to launch my cover B on Friday, and I didn't get a chance. And I may stream again later tonight, but just because I want to try to see if I can update and fix those things. But we'll see, man. We'll see how it goes. And I mean, I might try. I never know. I guarantee you at least another. Well, let's see, what time is it now? Oh yeah, I'll give you guys another hour at least. So yeah, that's definitely happening. Definitely happening because I want to stream for a bit. If somebody demands I go on a stream somewhere else, I'm there in a minute. But it's like I just yeah, it's just craziness, man. Absolute craziness. Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, okay. Cool. Love it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, let me double check something real quick here. No. Oh, thank you guys for sharing all this stuff out. Yeah. Thank you guys for sharing this the artwork out. Post about the Malin artwork and get that out there. It is so cool to see you guys doing that. Really, I'm like you guys got me. That's what I'll say. Could not be happier about this project. I could not be happier about everything that's going on right now. Oh, absolutely, my friend. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming off and on, and let people know in the chat that there's a new John Malin cover on the Springball campaign, and to go check it out too. If you're on other streams, let people know, man. It's unbelievably cool. But let me see. I want to call up one more thing here for you guys, or another thing for you guys, because I'm really excited about this. It's gonna need a massive overhaul. Oh yeah, so allow me to share some news with you, by the way, since you mentioned that. So we had a new radical college president come in, and this dude's attitude was we had I thought we were going to dodge all this crazy woke stuff, but we got a new president in. He only stayed for 4 years, half the time I was there full time, and he did so much damage. And so since I was there to now, and I've been gone for almost 5 years, I think now, maybe 4 years. And it was a dream to be doing that stuff. Oh, excellent, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. Cannot wait. And they are down to like down from like 300 students to I think like something like 260 or something like that. Like they've just lost like over 100 students. They're having to sell buildings. I mean, it could be the end. And they took a school that was in the black that was being run incredibly well at the time. And these new idiots came in and almost bailed almost immediately. And they lost all these good people, including myself. And they were left with the people who have no options. And it was a crazy leap to come into Comicsgate. I had no idea how it was going to go. I knew nobody. So anybody who tells you that like, oh, like you got to know people, you got to... If you have skill, you work hard, and you're not a dick, it's really possible to do stuff here. You got to fight that urge to go into back rooms and all that other crap. But believe me, I didn't know Ethan, John, Shane, any of these people. Dan Lawless. It turns out our paths crossed in weird ways. But you show your artwork, and you hope people are going to look at it and respond to it. And you guys responded to it. You guys were here. You guys were excited. You guys were here because of the noise and the excitement that your boy Zach, John, and Ethan made at the launch of this whole thing. And throughout all the craziness, those guys have been steady. And now Shane has been here as well. And he's practically OG. And Shane is just doing artwork that I love and really cool stuff. So it's been something else to be in this space. But let me share with you guys. I was updating the credits before the stream started. I've got to figure out the screen sharing thing. I tried to fix one thing and I clearly unfixed another. You know, it's always the case. So let me see if I can find this now. I want to share this image with you guys if it's possible. All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh wait, is that it right there? Hang on a second. This could be it. Is that it? Nope. It's not. Yeah, it's going to be this one. Hang on a second, guys. I want to show you some crazy artwork. Really crazy artwork. And I don't know why the screen share thing isn't working, but it is driving me crazy. All right, let's see here. Window. I'm going to share a file with you guys on screen, see if this works. One of those days. This character is so cool, guys. John was absolutely right. My brother Rocky was absolutely right. Just incredible stuff. Like that this is getting reborn, you know, like this was a character that was so deserving of that. And it fits, and the new story is great too. Like I would not have ever, if it hadn't been for all the prodding, this new story, which is not like, if you get that first version of the book, that throwback edition, you're gonna have fun looking at these things side by side. That's for sure. Let me see here. Layer, flatten image. Let's see what this does here. Hopefully this works. It did. All right. Here you go. Let me see if this works. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Photoshop. Yeah, if I'm not roboting a little bit there, I don't know what to tell you. This is going to be at least 3 issues, and it's an ongoing series for those 3 issues, depending on how excited you guys get after you read that first book. Yeah, many colleges have closed in the past decade, and I have a feeling that the one I left is going to be one of those. But they're already having conversations about the fact that okay. So I taught at what was widely considered the Harvard of art schools. I will tell you that much like Marvel and DC Comics, having worked there doesn't mean what it used to mean for the last, I don't know, 10 years or so. So if you were working there during the time when Ethan and Graham and all of those guys and Shane Davis and all of these artists were working there, that's one thing. If you were working there during the times when they were forced out and a lot of this dreck was coming out, means something a little bit different. So that's kind of how it is with college. So when I started teaching there and when I went there as a student, it was second only to Yale in terms of art departments. So you have Yale University, which God knows what it's like now, which is up there. And then you had this college. And I got in there when I was 17. I'd never taken an art class before. And then I ended up teaching there and created one of the most popular classes in the department's history. And what ended up happening is when I left there, I was teaching 2 sections of it. And it was full. 2 sections of it that would fill, of 20 students each. And now I just got word that in this department, this class that was so popular, that they go, well, the class is popular. It's not you. Is struggling to have 8 students in it, and they're going through their 3rd or 4th teacher teaching it. 8 students. You're paying there now, I think, $85,000 a year, and all the classes are crap. And it's heartbreaking. I'm sure it's heartbreaking. Jordan Peterson was talking about that because, he used to teach at Harvard, and he goes, it's heartbreaking to see what's happening to it. It's heartbreaking for people who love DC and Marvel Comics to see what's happening there. It's wrong, and you're kind of glad people are seeing it, but it's a bit gut-wrenching. But Comicsgate is where I can actually do something. You can't start up a school. Jordan Peterson is trying, but it's a lot harder. There's so much bureaucracy entrenched. But comics is where we can do this stuff. You know, Comicsgate is where we can do this stuff. And so that's why I'm here in Comicsgate, because I was like, I'm going to try to do something different. And yeah, you got to do your own characters, you know? The class was character creation. I actually came up with a completely different way of teaching character design. I might even share that with you guys if I feel loopy. I should have a stretch goal that if we get to, I will I'll share that stuff with you guys. So let me do a new image overlay. Overlays. Let's do image overlay. I'm going to show you something else. Thank you guys for being here, by the way. This has been the weirdest stream I've had in a while, and I've had some weird streams. Ah, there we go. Now it's on top of everything. So this right here, Springball Terminal Monstrosity, cover B. And let me slide that down there. And there we go. Springball Terminal Monstrosity, cover B. This cover right here is the close-up of Springball's eye with the reflection of Dr. Victor von Freud. And so this is now available to have side by side with your cover A, which is, of course, the close-up of the frog's eye with Springball jumping at you. And if you look at this cover just a little bit, the cool thing about it is the frog's pose with his hand like that is an homage to my favorite comic book cover, which is Hulk versus Wolverine, Hulk 340, written by Peter David, but drawn by Todd McFarlane, inking himself for the first time that issue at Marvel. And it is just awesome. It is just one of the greatest comics I've ever read. Is it highbrow? No. Is it rocket science? No. It's a comic book. But it has so much great stuff in it. And I think Bosch was saying this on a stream, a few streams recently, that his favorite McFarlane stuff was his Hulk stuff, which is only a few issues. And honestly, that's my favorite McFarlane stuff. And I liked the Arthur Adamsy, quality to it. That kind of that cleanliness and that fun poppy pulp. And it's not that I don't like his later stuff. I do like his later stuff, but that's the stuff that made me want to read comics. So I use the Hulk pose reflected in the claws with the hand up like that because I had to have it be almost like a progression. So he's further away 1 minute and then closer the next minute. And so that was what was so fun about this. But of course, I love getting to share with you the in progress page 1 of Springball. And of course, the almost done progress on Springball cover B, which is available now on the campaign. All this stuff launching tonight, lots of this stuff. The bell of the ball, however, and I could talk about Comicsgate, and I definitely will, all day and all night. I could talk about this stuff because I love Comicsgate. And again, like, people come to me, it's like, oh, well, wait till you, and I'm like, the new wears off, or they tell you stuff like that. I'm like, I've been here since 2018, not 16, 2018. Now, anybody can say that, but if you go to my Instagram, you can actually see me doing Red Rooster artwork on my public Instagram that at the time, had 5 digits of followers on it. It peaked at 38,000. And I was never shy about Comicsgate. I mean, I was nervous about it. I was worried I'd get fired because students were talking about Comicsgate. It was like nuts because I would teach comic book classes, and I just thought this is so crazy. But I was doing that. You can actually see. I think it was July 2000 or June 2018. I think it was July. So there's actual evidence of me being public and putting this stuff out there. Yep. Yeah, you gotta do that kind of thing. Yeah, there's certainly a concerted effort to tarnish the CG name when Ethan got the trademark. Well, sure, but it was even worse before then. It was even worse before then. I mean, some of the things he was talking about on Trashcast, but if there's something I think Ethan is starting to happen, but I'd love to see Ethan do. Eric Cuffles, how are you doing, channel member brother? It's great to see you, man. So so I've always said to John, there's a character in Nosfero named after John, and I've always said John was the first man over the wall. They go to Antarctic Press, and Mark Waid calls up Antarctic Press and says, I'm going to ruin your business if you guys have your boy Zach's Jawbreakers, Lost Souls, you publish that book, I'm going to destroy your company. Basically threaten them. So then they call up your boy Zach and John, and the deal gets canceled. And John is still fighting. It was a risk for him to go off, and then when he goes off and tries to make up, they go, no, you can't even be here. So they go to Kickstarter. Now, I must be clear, I was not aware John Malin existed at this point, except for through what Ethan was saying about him. Or your boy Zach. That's not how I came into Comicsgate. I came in through the Fandom Menace, and Jordan Peterson, of all things. So then they go to Kickstarter, and they get thrown off of Kickstarter. And finally, after looking at all this stuff, I guess Ethan has said that him and Andrea were looking at platforms too, and your boy Zach, and I wasn't there. I wasn't in those conversations. But they decide to go to Indiegogo. So it wasn't just some casual thing that happened. There were actual consequences for people doing this so that other people could do it. There wasn't it wasn't some hip thing like it kind of is now. You know? Hey, I'm Comicsgate. I'm Comicsgate now. Yeah, cuz the tide is turning now, right? So now it's kind of like it starts out where people are fighting, professionals are fighting for their lives. You know, in Ethan's case, he has a baby daughter and he's newly married, and they just rip away his decades career. What's up, Sexy Texy? It's good to see you. What's good indeed? Are those knitting needles and yarn? I like that. And they're just trying to destroy their lives. Yes. Yep, your boy Zach introduced me to John when he recommended his cable run. And there's another crazy thing. Your boy Zach showed the first Shadow comic he really ever read, and it was, the colors were done by my brother from another mother, Nick, who's dedicated in all my books, edits over my stuff, and is one of the greatest people you'll ever meet. This guy's a genius, a legitimate genius. So anyway, where the hell was I? Oh yes, so he they're doing all this stuff to them, making their lives miserable. And then Ethan goes and launches CYBERFROG. And Ethan's talking about this John Malin guy. Take care, Christopher, and thank you for backing. I appreciate you, my friend. You have an awesome week, too. You've made my week better just by being here. So thank you so much. And take care of yourself. I do appreciate your support, Chris. So what ends up happening is that they get on Indiegogo, and everybody sort of rallies around them. And Ethan starts really pushing it. He starts Comicsgate. I don't know what point he started calling it Comicsgate Live, but I do remember the point where he took, like, in terms of when Comicsgate had a destroy your life stench on it, he made the comment, well, you keep telling me I'm the leader of Comicsgate. You're right. I am Comicsgate. I am the leader of Comicsgate. And he said it basically saying, I want you guys to grasp this. It wasn't of, oh, there's this cool thing and I'm going to take it over. The cool thing was being on bonus features for DC Comics feature films. That was the cool thing. To have an incredible page rate and a living wage drawing comic books and not having to worry about distribution and all of this other crap. You know what I mean? What's up, Midnight? How are you doing? It's great to see you. That was cool. That was easy. That was, a way to take care of his family. That's what was ripped away from him. So when it was literally like, who's Spartacus in this mass full of people? He's like, I'm Spartacus. You're going to call me, or more importantly, who's a witch here? You're burning witches, which they didn't really do if you're from this area. I'm a witch. That's it. That's what it actually was. Now, once, they empty out their arrows into Ethan, people are like, hey, it's cool now. I think I'll step out. Yep, was June 2018. Wow. That is crazy. Eric Huffles, if you I'm not making you do more work because you're probably on your phone, but if you have Instagram, go back. I would love to know when I posted that Red Rooster actually, you know what? No, I can't find it there. Actually, I'm going to find it here. I got to find that Red Rooster piece. Hang on a second, guys. Before we get to, actually, I'm going to put it up before we talk about it. So imagine how I feel that when I was going to do my crowdfund for my art books, I had two choices. Kickstarter. Remember, I've got a big fan following. Not that means it's going to translate into backers. Thank God it did. I wasn't like using Comicsgate because I didn't do Comicsgate artwork. I just had, I did do Comicsgate artwork. I wasn't making a comic. I'm like, I'm not going to make a comic. I can't keep going back to that. I'm making art books. This is what I'm doing. I'm doing concept art, all that stuff. But I heard what happened to John Malin, and I go, no, I'm going to Indiegogo. So no one would have noticed or cared. No one knew I existed really in Comicsgate at all. I was just watching the show. It was a principled stand that nobody was going to see. So I went and I did my first 2 books on Indiegogo. And then on my second book, I think I reached out to Ethan and said, I'm funding my second art book now, and I'm doing this because your shit inspired me, because Ethan was having such an awful time. He was getting, everything was just being, this guy went through everything. And, as you see, it's not much has changed on certain levels, but it's a better place now. And so this is the crazy thing, right? This is the crazy thing about all of the stuff that we're doing here. Let me see if I can find this here. I wish I could share screens, man. So annoying. It's just being, so let me put this on screen while we talk. Imagine how it felt for me, having, watched all this stuff happen, to get this sent to me. Absolute insanity. So let me see what I can find on Instagram here. And I'll share this with you guys if I can find it. And you can go to my Instagram and find it too. It's right there. Plain as day. So you were saying, Eric, that 2018 does feel like it was yesterday. It was June 2018. So when did I, on Instagram, under my own name, not under a handle, Shanthan Jetty Art, when did I say, hey, I'm Comicsgate? Essentially. Actually, you know what? Take that back. I didn't say I was Comicsgate. So if you want to say, whatever. But guys, it was so radioactive there. Because again, it would have been weird. I'm Comicsgate. People would say, when's your comic coming out? I do art books. Now we do art books. But then it would have been weird. Because Comicsgate was trying to tell stories, And I was trying to get just like, backers, on my own. And because I'm like going, if I say Comicsgate, people are going to ask where my comic is. So stupid. If I had probably said it then, it would have been great, because it's like people would have seen my stuff. But you live and learn. Where the hell is this thing? Man, this is going back a ways. I had no idea. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm getting blasts from the past here. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Hang on a second. Is that it right there? Oh no, it goes back further. Dang. Okay. I think I found it. Oh, is it not going to let me? Come on. Instagram sucks. July 10th, 2018. My post from July 10th, 2018. I posted and tagged Mitch and Elizabeth Breitweiser on it. That's about as close to putting the word out there as you possibly can. That was my first time I posted a Comicsgate character on my Instagram for the world to see. Nobody was confused. There were so few people in Comicsgate at that point. Everybody knew who Mitch and Elizabeth were. Everybody. They were in 2018, before they went and kind of went and did the Walmart thing. They were very front facing. They were on a lot of streams. You know what I mean? And it's like it's crazy because I had so many people. Why me? God, it was like, how many? God, that's really crazy. How many likes on that? Damn, that's crazy, man. Sorry, I just was looking at like how many people like were reacting, because back then that was before Facebook bought them. So yeah, so shortly after Comicsgate live streams, and because that's when I met Mitch and Elizabeth. I'm pretty sure that would have been really close to when they were launching or funding Red Rooster. Crazy to think about, guys. So yeah. Oh, thanks, man. I love it. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yep, actually, I have Red Rooster here somewhere. I just was looking at it the other day. I have my Red Rooster that I ordered from Mitch and Elizabeth. Not sure exactly where the hell I put it, but I know it when I see it, because it actually has a really good cover. It's kind of a shame, that things went the way they did. But different people react to this space in different ways, And then you go to now I just closed the window because I'm an idiot. Hang on a second here. I can tell you when I left academia, because I have that on Instagram as well. I made a post, and you can actually see where I left from too, for that matter. And it was so fun to post Nosfero hitting hitting these numbers, man. And of course, a lot of people from there were reaching out to me and saying like, "Oh, hey, it says the ship starts to sink." God, I think that's 2019 is when I did the CYBERFROG trading card. That's how long ago that stuff was, man. Craziest Admiral, what's up, man? Good to see you, Sean. Can't stay, but have a good night, and congrats on the cover and campaign success. Thank you so much, Admiral. I appreciate it, brother. You know, what's a Facebook? I know exactly what you're talking about, man. Yeah, I left the gram for a while. Yeah, I've been using CARAP. Yeah, it's not what it was. It was actually kind of cool before it got sold to Meta. But that's how it goes with all this stuff. So let me see. When did I leave? Because there is a post. I think I've actually passed it. So I did a piece for the Visions book. That was just a fan art piece, guys. There's not even a name credit on it. It was just a fan art piece, and I put it out there. And then I got, oddly, right after that, I got glasses, which was kind of nice. So I left my college July 13th. That was my Independence Day. 2000. Wait a minute. I have an autistic memory when it comes to this stuff. I'm probably wrong. Son of a bitch. Wow. July 13th is another recent history important date. My God. I thought that was the case. That's weird. So July 13th, I notified my work at the same time I posted it on social media because I didn't want them to get the drop on me. Turning the page. Today I formally resigned from name of the college. I am very proud of the work I was able to accomplish there. Emphasis on my work. In the last 8 years, my art and my life are taking me in new directions. And with hard work, integrity, and God's good grace, I know my life will move in the right direction. Best always, Sean. And that was a step off into oblivion. Like, I had no idea what I was going to do. Full-time job, health insurance, a career I spent 2 decades building. It was terrifying to do that stuff, but that's terrifying. But also, here's the same thing. You can't get me when I'm not going to do something. I'm not going to do it. And I wasn't going to have anything to do with this bullshit. It had gotten so bad. I can't overstate it. And as Jordan Peterson said, he's like, got to watch his latest video he's posted. He said, what do I care? I had to stand up alone when nobody was doing this stuff. Nobody was helping me. I was by myself. If one person had stood up, if one person said, I wouldn't have been alone and raked over the coals. People I worked with watched me get thrown under the bus time and time again. And it was only through facts and keeping track of things and keeping receipts I was able to protect myself from all the onslaught. July 13th, 2021. So it's been almost 4 years. It's going to be my 4-year. Yeah, this July is going to be 4 years from walking away from a 20-year career, which is crazy to think about. And I worked so hard to build that career. Now, you could say it was my choice, but I think Jordan Peterson said it best. You know, he really said it best. You got to say something about this shit when it's happening. You got to say something about this stuff when it's happening. The only people I saw really displaying any kind of courage or any kind of integrity in the face of this garbage were people in Comicsgate and were people like Ethan. Ethan lost his career. Shane Davis walked away from his career. You know, but those were the things that were amazing to me about this. Now, this is going to probably be really bad because I'm boomering this up. But let me see if I can make this happen. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can make this happen. Holy crap, let me see. I think we'll see if John is tired yet of me singing his praises. Nauseating. John, it's very gay in here. I want to let you know. Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. Wow. Is it just me or do I look really blurry?
You do look a little blurry, but you're actually in pretty good focus, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think your camera focus. On
this end. Huh. I have lag on my end. The streaming setup is.
Yeah, because it's coming to me and then it's going out. That's probably why.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It lets you do 1080p broadcasts. And so I'm still trying to figure out how to get the setup fine-tuned. But I was just talking about this unbelievably surprising and exciting work of art, John.
Yeah. Yeah, not too shabby, huh?
Yeah, I think this kid's going places. So,
Yeah.
what put this into your head? Because I was
Hmm.
completely blindsided.
Oh, that was the that was that Chris Graves piece of art. Like, I wanted to do this. First of all, I wanted to do this. I wanted to do a cover for this thing. Since we talked about it, I was like, that's cool. The McFarlane homage stuff is really cool. I wanted to really dig in and do a piece. But I was just like, I gotta do it after I get all my other shit
You
rolling
had a
with
few
my
things going
fulfillment.
on.
Yeah. So I had to get all that stuff done. I actually had to do a couple other covers that were people were actual, well, I wasn't being paid. We were swapping
Mm.
covers. So anyways, you hadn't approached me, and then I saw that Chris Graves piece that he got turned in, and it made me so mad. That he didn't fill in those windows on that building, on any of those buildings.
Jeez.
And I was just like, all right, well, if he's gonna do a pro bono piece, I'm gonna do a pro bono piece, and hopefully inspire the world that when we are doing pro bono pieces for our friends, that we draw our little windows or whatnots and make it look fucking cool.
Well, first of all, you said windows. Can we talk about that corner image? Which is, the funny thing is, I saw the piece. I was so excited I missed the corner image for a couple of hours. And then I saw it and I went, that is the best. I love that so much, man. That is just, for those of you guys who haven't seen it, that was just the icing on the cake, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, I love when Todd and Rob would do the big gum, tiny teeth, but there's like a million of them. Kind of type figures. So I decided to put that in there.
We were talking about the Spider-Man, I think it was Spider-Man 13 or 12, where there's this one point where he had this kind of like underground bum in Sub-City, maybe part 1 or 2.
Yeah,
like
the Morlocks,
tiny
yeah.
teeth. And I loved those issues. Those issues, like some of the cartoony stuff he did with those Morlocks was just killer, man. Absolutely killer. Look at this. Yep. The moon. Dang, man. I was totally surprised. Completely surprised. 100%.
Yeah, look. And yes, guys, if anybody had saw me post my Spider-Man thing, this is what I was actually working on. But I wanted everyone to be like, oh, John's just drawn a cool Spider-Man pose. And that was where I started. I was like, I gotta nail a cool Spider-Man pose. And then I did the buildings, and then I was like, do I just leave it blank? And I was like, I put that moon in there, a big McFarlane moon in there. And then as soon as I did that moon, I was like, okay, this is Spider-Man 300, and then on the Hulk cover. And I'm like, this is too close. This is too close. And so I put an afterthought on there. So
it's your own thing, though, kind of. I mean, it's not, with all due respect to him, because I loved that early stuff. It's not like a Stephen Platt. This is the drawing, with my style on it. So it's kind of it's very much its own thing. But I mean, you really got the horror element of this. Of the Evil Dead meets Spider-Man. That's what I love about it, man. It's really
and I gave him claws, and when I did the claws, I'm like, this is the coolest asset at the time. And I showed everybody on the Spider-Man, so Spider-Man had claws, and I was like, that's fucking badass. And then I put him on this clearly, and then you're like, well, everything except for the claws. I was like, no.
Dude,
so he's been declawed.
This will make you feel better about it. So my thought on this character is that because he's made of this almost like a super ball kind of, he can change his density. I like to think about it as rather than being able to like stab you with these like sort of like hard rubber fingers, it's more like getting hit by a rubber bullet. So it's more like it's a torturous kind of thing he can do. because he's just so solid in terms of the way he goes about things. But it's yeah, oh man, there's so much story stuff I'm excited about with this character in terms of how he works and how he's made, and this was just
Yeah.
electrifying to see, man.
Well, now
Yeah.
I'm convinced. Now I'm convinced that I need to make my own Spider-Man character with claws. So I will be doing that. But anyways, yeah. And then color-wise, I was just like, I don't have the time. So I wanted Kyle to be the colorist for it. And then I was just like, the style of color that I wanted was old school, early 90s image when they got it clicking, like those fresh early days. So we get kind of that gold uplighting stuff going on here.
Dude.
And I was just like, that's like me explaining it. And also it's like it's not an over rendered look. It's like, it's almost flat, but we get these kind of gradients going on, and these kind of harder shapes in there. Like on the forehead, like you see that hard line going across there. So I was trying to get that sweet spot of early image. And instead of me directing that and saying, no, do it this way, no, do this, I was like, it'll just be easier for me to do it. So I just went ahead and colored the whole thing. So, and then you get this.
It was weird when you were like asking me questions and thoughts on it. And I was sitting here looking at my screen like this. Like in shock. There's an expression that was used in the Civil War, and I grew up growing up in Chattanooga, Civil War history was everywhere. I went to school on Missionary Ridge, which is this famous site of a battle, and they said he didn't know he looked like he didn't know what to do. He looked like a duck hit on the head. John, I felt like a duck hit on the head when I opened up this thing. I was just staring at it with a blank expression going, what? Like, what is happening here? And you're like, do you have any thoughts? And I'm like going, no. And I'm thinking I might need to call an ambulance because I'm not having any thoughts, and my left arm is hurting because you're the person who, when we talk about McFarlane, I feel like you understand McFarlane. I think that's the thing about it is everybody, you've seen what I can do. Like John is a big fan of anytime I do, more McFarlane-y work like this. He's always like, he sees it. He's like going, Todd McFarlane, 1983 Hulk run. And you're right. I mean, very few people understand that. But for me, as an artist, the thing about Todd's stuff is, and what makes it so brilliant, is the fact that I can, or what people would struggle with is, and I love this because it pisses people off, drives them crazy. They're like, so what do you think of Rob Liefeld stuff? I'm like, I love it. And oh man, am I a good champion for Rob Liefeld because I can do realistic paintings. Because they're just like, but I'm like, no, you don't get it. You don't get the rhythm of what he's doing. It's not Arthur Adams. It's not Jim Lee. Of my top two were Todd and Rob because nobody could do what they were doing and make it work. Until you, I think. Yeah. I think Ethan said this the other night, so this isn't just me, and I'm not trying to blaspheme here in your presence. But we'll just ask Ethan what he said about you regarding Rob. But it was the two covers that go together on, my mind is blurred in terms of campaigns right now. The two covers you did, Graveyard Shift, one was white background.
Omega Storm.
Omega Storm, but there were two that went together. Were they both Omega Storm?
Oh, two covers with a white background.
Was it a compendium? Someone in the chat's gonna get it.
Source book? I don't know.
Maybe it was the source book. Okay, anyway,
Oliver,
I looked at that piece.
You'd have to show me. I don't think that's one of mine. I think that's Oliver Isabedra.
Was it? No, I think it was. I feel like it was something you did, but I gotta
source book or Aaron Alfecci.
No, I gotta go back and look at it. But there was it was a cover. Did you? It was a cover you drew Black Riding Hood on, I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Oh, that was recent. Yeah, that was Graveyard Shift. Was it 5? Yeah, very
5. Thank you. So when you did that cover, it was the most it was the first time I felt like I've seen someone truly. I mean, I've seen some of your stuff where you've done it before, but that one in particular was very much captured what makes Rob's stuff work, and what makes Todd's stuff work when you watch him ink and draw is his speed, and he has an almost painterly approach to it. And ever since I was 14, this is before artist editions, for God's sake, and I met this guy in Atlanta, and he gave me that original page of Spider-Man artwork. I've been looking at it, like, just like it had $75 written on it on the back in ballpoint pen, John. That's what that page was like worth when he showed that, and he just handed that off to me. And I was looking at it, and it's like he has long lines, he draws through things, and that's the thing that makes the stuff work. And he's very playful. If you've ever seen his Todd's layout pages, that's a huge part of it. He's just pushing stuff around and figuring it out, and then just letting those lines break. And that's the stuff for me that makes the stuff so exciting, and that's what I love when I was seeing yours. It was totally you, and then it was totally a throwback to all of that stuff. Incredible, man.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. To the comments in the chat that I saw that I liked is a Midnight MVCK said Malin is petty in all the right ways. And thank you very, very much for that. And a lot of compliments in there. Thank you for that, guys. There was another one. Where was the other one at? Oh, John says Malin won't be out pro bonoed.
Oh my God. Yeah, I just was realizing I had my chat behind here. So it's John, it's an absolutely staggering piece. Really just cool to see. Yeah, these are McFarlane inspired hands. The way he draws the body and the parts breaking in natural mechanics, trying to achieve a goal. Todd's dynamic and striking style. Yeah, 100%, guys. And Tark's 9 here. Love that Pigman emoji or the icon. Beautiful. Spider-Man 300 is homaged so much it makes me sick, but this is awesome. 100%.
No. Look, guys, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But look at that Hulk cover, and you will see
Hulk.
that is way, way, way more the Hulk than it is the 300.
Yep.
Because I was like, yeah, well, I'm like, well, he's, it's the moon. I'm like, yeah, but once I put that moon on there, I mean, I was just like, oh my God, this is so much McFarlane.
It's my second
there's
favorite.
There's no way I'm gonna be able to show this and people not be like, oh yeah, Spider-Man 300 or the Hulk. And like, it's gonna. So I'm like, I gotta put After Todd on there. If I would have had that moon off, if I would have had the moon off, everyone would have just been cool cover. But with that moon there, there's too many people that are gonna look at that. Yeah, look at that.
I mean, you definitely look. And again, I think we're both connoisseurs of Todd McFarlane.
Fripp that, and it's so close. It's so close. So minus chick hanging off of his neck. Put Hulk into more of a Spider-Man pose. Thank you, Bosch. So
yeah, it's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful piece.
I did two covers. In the last 2 months. Where I'm like, these are so close. I have to homage or put in someone else's credit for the after. So this one was one, and the other one hasn't been shown yet. But you'll see it when it's out there. Again, they're not exact, but they're so much in the ballpark. I'm just like, I'll spare myself any pain, and I'll put after on there. So, but yeah, and it is with love and respect to. Todd McFarlane. I was just such a big fan. Time. And I've always said Todd is my number one guy.
Yeah, he's
as much as I love Rob and Jim Lee, who are both tied at number 2, Todd has always been my number one guy. So I had to do this, like one way or another. Shanta's going to get a Springball that he could either hate, but it was going to exist. But he loved it. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's yes, and that was what I was going to, Bosch, thank you for reminding me. I was going to point that out. So if you guys know anything about me and the work that I do, I work full color because it's how I think. I didn't free up my line work until I started painting, which is such a bass-ackwards way. But I started with a Hunts mapping 0.102 and Micron Pigma 005s. before I knew that you could feather a line, I would draw the shape of a feathered line and color it in with a 005 micron Pigma. Like, I did not know what anything was when I was doing my first comic book stuff. But I do everything from top to bottom because I think you get a character. Great color indeed, Bosch. I agree. Absolutely. Sleeping Psychopath, he says, love the eyes.
Thank you.
It's, I love that you colored it. That makes it even better to me. Like, that's, I like when people do, even when I see Ethan doing those color head sketches he's doing lately, I love seeing how people approach color. Like he was doing those color marker sketches. I don't know if you saw any of those CYBERFROGs that he's been doing and things like that. But
no,
really
I haven't
cool.
seen anything lately.
Yeah, I love seeing this stuff. Yeah, it's great. It's really great, man.
Yeah, Bosch. Yeah, I colored it, and I was trying to do an old school, early '90s, right when they started breaking through on, the early Spawn Olaf, the Olaf work. And then those nice little those warm upglows that were happening going around there. The yellow, oranges stuff. And going for that. So even the little barcode box, little monster guy, I was just like, awesome. Yeah, I'll do one of these little homage barcode things that Todd did. And I just wanted to draw something really creepy because it's a creepy styled book. So it's Lovecraftian, and that's kind of the selling point. So I wanted to try to get these kind of creepy elements in there. And you see, he's got flies on his lip, and so we get a little gothic architecture. Man. Yeah, a little gothic architecture there, and then all up in McFarlane's butt with the background. So.
Yeah, but you said it when I was when you first saw this book, it was one of the funniest things ever because what I was trying to do, and I'm just convinced that I'm not driving the car at this point. Things have just gotten like just the happenstance of crazy things happening is just wild. But I was trying to say, I just closed out Nosfero, and I just want to tell you, man, how much I appreciate Comicsgate. I did this book in 2002 through Diamond Distribution, and all the work was involved. And you were like, what the hell is this? What is this? You gotta do something with this. And if I hadn't, like, my brother of, like, a brother from another mother, 30 years, Rocky, who had just shown it on stream and people had reacted to it. But I don't know why, but I just thought if someone's gonna see this and go, yeah, that's neat, but I love Todd McFarlane, so I don't want to see this happen. It's going to be you. That's what I kind of figured, and when you were like, oh, you should do something with this, and I'm like, all right, let's figure it out. And the story was the main thing to crack, that was the big part of it, I think what I did, the thing that it needed the most, and it's starting to get is, and this is still in progress, but it's like, when I'm working on this stuff, the thing I'm always sort of trying to think about is, how do I get this, what's the word? A sense of of a city. Like, I don't want it to be, when I was doing the original Springball, it was kind of, that faux New York that everybody drew, or the faux city everybody started drawing in the late 80s, early 90s. And I started thinking about how, what I like about The Evil Dead, what I like about, certainly what I like about Dawn of the Dead or Night of the Living Dead, is they have this sense of location. This is Pittsburgh. This isn't New York. This isn't L.A. This isn't, all of these particular places. And Lovecraft is a Rhode Island, thing. It's a New England thing. There's cityscape, but there's old rundown buildings and seaports, and there's also opportunities to go out into the woods where there's dilapidated stackstone fences and creepy people in the backwoods of New England performing bizarre rituals. Like, he made it real, and it was and I love his books. I listen to those audiobooks all the time while I'm working before I go to sleep, and I just felt like if I wanted to do characters that were monsters in the classic sense of comics, I couldn't do, this what I did in the first version of the book. Oh, this guy got stabbed with a syringe with frog DNA in it, and then he's turned into this perfect half frog. I go, no, I want it to be, there's got to be some magic and cultic mysticism in it, you know, for me to get excited about it. It can't just be, you know, straight pseudoscience. And I want it to have a scarier supernatural element and put this, you know, scientifically made being into real spaces. So when I'm working on something like this, and I'm looking at, you know, the top of this building called the Superman Building in Providence, because of the drones that we have now in drone technology, there's people who've flown over it, and I can actually see the details in the tops of these buildings. So when I'm breaking them down and breaking down the color design and things like that for this book, I'm able to kind of play around with it and see, okay, where can it go? How far can I push it? You know? And it's just taken the book in a more intense direction, even with the creatures and the monsters too. And it's good to see you, Jabez. How you doing? You see if we got some comments in the chat here.
Nice.
Need a new art book by Malin called Colors for the
color.
Looks oh man. Well, hey, listen, that's not a bad idea, man. Can we get Malin? Now that would be a full circle moment if we could get. I love Todd's work on Spider-Man. Tiny Effort, just so you know, is a guy who was the biggest Springball fan in 2002, and has been asking me if I'm ever going to come back to it all this time. And then he sent me an email recently and said, "Are you going to do anything with this? Or are you doing anything new?" I said, "Actually, you've caught me at a really good time." After 23 years, he is the oldest Springball fan that there is. You know, it's crazy.
Sleeping Psychopathy want to know if this is a piece, the piece I was doing while I was high. Yes, I was high while I was doing most of this. So, yeah, you gotta smoke a little weed to get that perfect kind of McFarlane posing going on and breaking the right things in the right spot, bending. I guess trying not to break, but bending.
Amen.
But yeah, like I'm already looking at it and I'm like, people are gonna, but whatever.
If ever there was a book to not be self-conscious on, it's this book. You can't, I can't go, but truly, man, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's, when I'm working, I love Nosfero, man. I absolutely love Nosfero. I'm so excited about where the story is going for book 2. But it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe, and I don't look down my nose. Like, both of these I take deadly seriously, and you have to be nuts, and you have to be silly when you're doing this stuff, or it's not going to work. I think that's true even when I'm painting, but with this in particular, when I'm working on it, you can't, Orson Welles was talking about who the best actor, he thought best actor was in whatever, the last, I don't know how many decades. And he said Jimmy Cagney. And the guy was kind of shocked. Jimmy Cagney, like Public Enemy, Yankee Doodle Dandy. He goes, yeah. Because this is the thing. Jimmy could go big, but he never hammed. He never hammed it up for the camera. It was always real when he went big. And there was no ham in his work. And actors today, they're all like subdued and quiet and method. Jimmy was 100% there, and he was never ashamed to go big and bring the audience with him. And I think that's what Todd is. There's no ham in Todd McFarlane's stuff at all. There's no, I don't take this seriously. He feels it 100%. Same thing goes with Rob. I think that's what people couldn't stand about Rob, is that he meant it. He absolutely meant it. There was nothing postmodern about it. There was nothing deconstructionist about it. You know, it's not like, I love this, the white background, just like TASM 301. There you go. Let me see here. The Amazing Spider-Man 301 is amazing. Need new art book. Yeah, we do need that color for the collard. Intense is how Malin likes to sleep. There you go. Intense. I like that.
That's true.
It is true. Enjoy the stream.
Lining some of that up pretty soon. June 28th will be the weekend. Me and the family are out there rustic camping. So,
and Bosch, I sent you the link, by the way, if you want to pop in here. I don't know if you're about to head today, so feel free to if you are, but either way. This is like a perfect cover, like perfection. Yeah, that was kind of my experience opening it, but I will tell you this. An Alpha channel member, it's great to see you, my friend. How are you doing? And again, Jeremy Burtz, thank you for being here. Yeah, what's the way I could even put this? If you think it's wild seeing it now, imagine if it's Yeah, imagine if it's your character and you're blindsided by it. So I had told I had told my wife when I don't know how long ago this was, but she had asked me if I'd ever had a surprise birthday party. And so she decided to throw me a surprise birthday party, which could have gone bad because I'm not a surprise kind of guy. Could have gone sideways. And I walked. She was like so worried I was going to guess it was going to happen, and what she didn't understand is I never think something like that's gonna happen ever. I'm like I might get jumped, but I'll go outside anyway. Like we'll see where this
Mm.
goes. And so I had not a single clue that this was like how do I put it? In a universe of infinite possibilities, is it possible? Sure. In my brain, not so much. Because I remember thinking from the start of us having the conversation about this kind of stuff, you would talk about it and I go, I wonder what he would do with this. That would be really cool to see, but never in a million years did I think that was going to be the case. Not at all. You got me, John. You won. You surprised me.
All right.
It was thrilling. So now I've got my survival pack in the basement. Now I'm the adrenaline's up with this surprise, but it's great. Alex Art says I have to do that too whenever I say wife. Same with spoons, scene, faulty towers. Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it. And when Shanth got back from the ER, not far wrong, Yeah, I love keeping Bosch up on late streams. It happens. Let's see here. I collected Spawn and watched the HBO series. I remember that too. Seeing Todd at the start, I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Wish HBO and these companies would take a risk on independent comics as this space gains more momentum. I think it's inevitable. But it's going to take continued work and all of that stuff. But it's been a long road just to get to here. I was actually recounting. I'm sure all happy memories for you. Going back to Antarctic Press and Kickstarter and Indiegogo. And I didn't even know I was just hearing all this stuff through Ethan because I was just watching his channel for Star Wars stuff. So it's kind of crazy to think about that stuff, and where we are now is really wild. It's like my first fan art piece I posted on my Instagram was I was watching those streams. I think we said it was July 13th of all dates. 2018, I think it was. And I was just thinking, man, like it doesn't even seem real because all of you guys were doing these streams, and it's like, what is this thing going to be? But it's been here now for 7 years, right? Is that right? 7 years since
on the publishing end,
Yeah, on the publishing end, right, it would have been it was April 10th, which was Jawbreaker's Lost Souls, I think, launched on Indiegogo, I think. So yeah, it would have been 7 years since that book this past April 10th, which is nuts. So let's see. Okay, cool. I collected Spawn. Let me just make sure I miss anything. Wow, love the art, Sean. That pose though, dynamic and powerful. You slaying it. Oh, and hi, John. Yeah, well, John is the one slaying it. Let's be clear. That is what's happening here. Rob meant everything but the feet. We're gonna have to ban John. John, can you ban yourself? Sinfected says this is like the perfect cover, like perfection.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
See, there'll be some
when I posted the spoof kind of Spider-Man thing about it, somebody made this one comment. I can't remember what it is now. I just woke up before I came in here. My eyes are all watering,
dude.
But yeah, somebody said something. Oh yeah, it was about AI. They're like, AI couldn't do this, and I'm like, well, maybe it could. I don't know, but that's kind of the fun stuff with McFarlane is when things get a little out of whack. Again, you bend, you don't break.
Yeah.
So yeah, AI could probably, if it can't now, it probably will be able to do that stuff. But for right now, yeah, like this is AI proof, I think.
Yeah,
so, for now,
AI is because I don't want to get him in any more trouble. Well, he kind of doesn't care. He's coming up on retirement soon, I think, and I'm not going to drop his name. But a friend of mine is actually a part of a lot of conversations at MIT and all these different places, and he's an incredible painter. And it absolutely incredible, like oil, everything. But he also knows the Unreal Engine, Maya. Like this guy is, there's like one of him, like he just knows all this different stuff. And so he's been studying this stuff, and he goes, you know what was interesting to me about AI, Sean? And I said, what, man? What is interesting to you about it? He goes, Photoshop took much longer, although it was relatively quick, for everything to look the same by most people. And AI has beat it there. He goes, when I look at AI, I could just tell there's something AI about it. And he says, and everybody, you can just see it. And he goes, and I don't think it's something it can turn out of. Just in terms of like, and this is a guy who codes, so he goes, I just don't think, because it can't, all it can do is what Google image averages do and things like that in terms of like what it creates.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just something very weird about people. Like everybody's got the same 4 chords, everybody's got, that they're playing. Everybody's got Pachelbel's canon, and it's just who comes up with the weird combination. And I've heard AI try to create songs by favorite artists and all that stuff, but you can just, there's something about it. I don't know what it is, but it, it's the same thing as realist painters that
well it's all new though. Like this is like a toddler learning to walk right now, so where it goes it's going to be an absolute monster, but right now we're still in this spot where you can have those imperfected artworks, like even that Ghibli stuff. It's so close. You're like, oh my god, this AI is going to be able to animate a Studio Ghibli movie in no time. It's probably already, someone's probably already out there doing it, and we'll probably get sued. But but for it to figure out someone like McFarlane, that'll be another little step. So to get the full McFarlane, like you're like, man, this looks like fucking Todd did it. Animation, I think, is a little bit easier because it's cleaner. It's got to be consistent, where Todd is a little not sloppier, but exaggerated, and inconsistent in the way that he will bend things. So certain characters' faces may look a certain way. One panel, they might get a little bit rubberized. Another panel. So it made his stuff interesting.
Don't you think, though, that there's something missing when you can't, like, cancel AI, drive it from its livelihood, show up at AI's house at 2 a.m. and harass it? I think that's what AI is missing, It doesn't have a spirit to break by saying, nice try, AI.
Oh, it doesn't have a home address where Yellow Flash can threaten it and his wife.
That is clearly the appeal, I think, of art, is to make somebody who makes art miserable. And I just think if AI can get depressed, I think that's it. Like, that's the key. Like,
let me put out imply a threat. Yellow Flash.
Yes, imply the threat. That's right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Imply a threat that a glass eye could see. Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, I mean, but it's telling stories and all of this stuff is so it's such a strange thing, and I have no doubt that I think it's only limited by, I don't know. Yeah, it's tricky because you're still talking to people. Like I would like if I was gonna see something interesting, and if I was curious about AI and where it could go with art, it would be AI sentient enough to develop its own AI based, machine based aesthetics, and what kind of art would AI make to make other machines truly aesthetically happy? I wonder if it'd be code. Like, I wonder if it'd be binary. That would be the aesthetic, like that it would have some kind of rhythm to it. But I just think with our stuff, it has to be cynical because it must be, I don't know, I think it's dumbing it down for what AI can do. Like, AI can replicate reality, but the science and the art is in the code. But, who knows? I may not be, I might not be the perfect person to talk about it. But, yeah, I just want to get it on some of these lines because this is the stuff that blew my mind, man. I love when you work light on dark, man. That's one of my favorite things. That's crazy.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You know, this is something that, you know, like, you know, even like that kind of negative look, the line work on the hand, you know, where the blacks are where the whites are where the blacks are. Like that's something that digital makes a lot easier. And I think Todd has played around with a little bit more since being on the computer.
Yes.
He definitely had his share of it, but I think now he's, you know, doing a lot more busy work with that ability. So yeah, being able to do that, a lot of fun. And I think that's kind of like the thing too with McFarlane is when you look at Todd, it looks like it's fun. It looks like it's fun to draw. It looks like the artist was having a good time when he's doing it and he's not suffering, you know, just in there doing his little noodling and, you know, fucking around with anatomy a little bit. And you know, just fun. So that's what it was. It was fun. I get that with Rob too. I'm just like look at it, I'm like, yeah, I think he had a good time drawing this. And then when he's done, he's like gives the page a little kiss, you know. So not a lot of guys are having fun.
Well, sir, yeah. Well, so this was the other aspect of Comicsgate that I've been thinking about lately, and was another factor in doing Springball, which is again, I really want to make sure the full quote is out there because the partial quote, if you've ever held a job in your life, the partial quote makes no sense. The customer is always right. I'm like, well, I worked in a movie theater tearing tickets once when I was 15. If you get two customers up at the front of the line and they both say they were first, customer can't always be right. It's that simple. But I like the quote, the customer is always, the full one, which is the customer is always right in matters of taste. And the reason why that was designed was if a customer comes into your shop and you have something that they want and they want to buy it, don't get in their way. It's actually, you know, closer to how things work. You know what I mean? It's that people want to buy comics with a certain look, and Marvel and DC is saying you're wrong to like that. That's the definition of the customer is wrong in matters of taste. That's what fine art and modern art is predicated on. We're going to educate you out of your natural taste. You may think this tastes like shit, but it's the best wine, so drink it, fool. That's kind of how they go about it. And so when people were reacting to this, I kind of thought, you know, there's this responsibility we have to make shit that's exciting and that people are engaged in. And that's exhilarating to me, man. That's exciting. And people were looking at this and going, this is cool. And I just said to myself, why am I like not do this? I can't even come up with a compelling reason to not do this. Like, I want to do this. I like this. I think I can do this. Now I think I've got a story. Like it was a real gift that you and Rocky gave me within like 24 hours to take a look at this thing, which is a conversation I'd been having since I first started doing a comic in Comicsgate. My wife's like, why don't you just republish those books? I go, I can't stand by that work. I need to completely rework the thing. You know, I have to have a story that I really, that was what I wrote when I was 25. And hail, a moral fat 40 ounce. It's great to see you, man. I am so sick of software crashes. Lost 3 songs of progress. Oh man, of progress tonight. I'm so fed up with losing my work hours down the drain. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm having.
Oh man, that's so true. Like back in the day, you know, drawing on the computer, like I would always forget to save. You know, and I would lose an hour, 3 hours of work, you know, on one of these crashes. Thank God computers are so much better, smarter now. You know, just fewer crashes. I'm still always looking for that save button though. You know, just I gotta save it. Just in case. So iPad, because I've been drawing on the iPad for the last couple of years now. Sometimes this, like, I'll have their Clip Studio, you know, I think it's a subscription. I don't even remember what I do with it, but I had to get Clip Studio on there. Yeah, sometimes I will walk away and like, I don't know if it's Clip Studio or something like that. And like the whole thing will just shut down, you know? So, and I'll be like, oh no, you know, so
Ethan,
yeah, you gotta be,
is laughing right
got to keep hitting that save button, guys.
Yeah. There are times when because I'm working now pretty much around the clock. So I'll work at my desk on the traditional stuff that I'm doing for Nosfero. And then I go to bed this is so bad, guys. Don't do this. But I go to bed with my laptop working in bed on this, pass out. Like I almost dropped my laptop, like falling asleep at like whatever time in the morning. And I put it on the nightstand. When I wake up, I take it out and I start working before like I'm like putting my glasses on, because this is one of the most exciting times that I could never have imagined Comicsgate, man. It was such a you can't get there from here. Then I got into college and art college, and they were like, you shouldn't even do what you're doing. Like, we hate superhero stuff. We hate comic books. We hate all of this stuff. You need to learn how to become a real artist. And I still held on to it. But it's just, it's like always like trying to find the right moment. You know, like when I did the Starship Troopers job, I had 2 newborns. Like, that's when the job came. But I had 2 newborns. Like, I worked on it, but, you know, then my appendix ruptured. It was like, no, you're not going to do this. And then the Flash Gordon job came, and that was a lot of fun. That was a fun 8-pager, and that was great in 2009. But it wasn't going to go anywhere. You know, like all of these opportunities that pop up, and when Comicsgate came, it was like it's time. You know, I was just like, this is what I mean, it's coming at a very bizarre time, but I know I'm supposed to be doing this. You know, I can't even imagine from your perspective on this, because weren't you just kind of like, I mean, I remember when you were talking to Pete Cimetti about this. And Pete let me clip that interview because I thought it was one of the best, you laying out the story. You know, where you're just like going, if comics is going to be this, I can't do this. Like, this is miserable. You know, having somebody art direct who doesn't know what the fuck.
Yeah, people keep fucking around, right? Exactly. People keep trying to art direct you, and you know, they don't have a clue what they're talking about. They're clearly giving direction from a PC point of view. You know, I was getting notes like, you know, that her hip is too cocked, or this. The one I thought was the most funny is the I had to draw this. I think it's an Inhuman girl.
Yeah.
In my was it Thunderbolts? Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was Thunderbolts. Yeah. Inhumans were doing like a little crossover thing, and it's a fat girl. The girl is a fat girl, but she wears a corset. You know, so I drew that. I drew fat girl in a corset, and I get a note. I believe it was from Alana Smith, and it's like, she's too skinny, and I'm just like, you know. Bitch, you know, I didn't say this, but I'm just like, bitch, I didn't design a fat girl in a corset, you know, like that's what a corset does. It brings in your fucking waist, you know, like, you fucking idiots. This is your guys' fucking design. I didn't design this. I didn't put a thing that the literal function is to squeeze in your fucking innards, you know. And it you know, and I made the most subtle of changes, very, very small, and I sent it back. I was like, how's this? And like, yeah, that's better. It's just a note because they're just, they quote, want to be heard, you know. I felt like it was just this feminist fucking bullshit, dude. And you know, get away from me. Just let me fucking work, you know. And her hips are too cocked. Her hair looks like they're dreads, and that's when the new hot topic was cultural appropriation for hair. And I had to send in a picture of fucking Shakira with like kind of whatever kind of dreaded up hair, and she came back and she's like, "Oh, you mean like a twist?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
Like a twist.
You know, like I like, it had to be the hair style, the way that I drew the hair had to be rationalized to her in a politically correct way. She needed a defense for it. And I was being driven nuts with these fucking petty little, just let me fucking do the book. So, but also, I mean, when we did Thunderbolts, there were other things, you know, like, I feel like, I think Jim Zub, I think his, heart was in the right place probably with the project. And I got the impression they weren't letting him really do anything that wasn't, you know, coming from them, because they're trying to fit everything into that Secret Empire storyline, you know, Kobik, and I think it was it a Cosmic Cube? I think it was a Cosmic Cube thing. So, but yeah, it was a shitty time. I mean, it was a good time, but you know, there were shitty elements in there that were just, you know, annoying the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
So it made it hard to have fun on a project when I had to second guess myself about what my editors might get offended on. You know, it's fucking crazy. And then I went to cable, and at first it was like heaven. It was like being, you know, it was like, hey, everyone's having a good time. No fucking crazy ass fucking notes, you know, about titties or hips or anything like that. And you know, I was like, okay, this is where I want to be at. I want to be right here. I can be happy here. And my editorial was great. And then there was an editorial change, and I got another SJW right on top of me. And then they started going after my fucking art again. I was just like, you motherfuckers. And then they said they were going to have to go in there and change my cover art, and they're going to have to change previously approved pages. They're going to have the colorist go ahead and do it. Like, I'm like, if you guys, I'm like, if you got to do it, you got to do it. But I said, I'm walking, man. I'm getting out of here. You know, I'm going to finish my obligation, which was for 5 issues. And I'm going to go if you guys are going to go in there and do that shit. And they did. Yeah. So I'm like, peace out.
Sexy Texy says, wasn't the epilogue of your Thunderbolts run in the Captain America issue?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because they called me in for a very small, I don't even know how many pages that thing was. It was 5 or 6. I don't know what it was. Captain America issue. Yeah, so I did that. Yeah, I guess that was I guess you could think of it as an epilogue. And I don't know, it just all kind of ran into that event. So
yeah, I think for me, when I was working and when I was working at RISD, the moment for me was where I just went, and it was so fucking weird, man. But it was a moment where I decided that I'm going to destroy my career path forward by just like I just couldn't do it. They sent me a email from their new, like, now I know what it was building towards, because this would have been, I should find this email. It was like early 2000s, I think it was. And they sent me this this email, and it said, this is the RISD Office of Diversity, and I don't think it was Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. I think it was just diversity at this point. And we want to put you on a poster. We're putting posters all over campus. People of color in the wild. And it's called RISDversity, and it'll be a photo. We'll do a photo shoot with you, and then we're going to put you on a poster, and you can write some words that are your truths. And I was like, no, I won't do that. That was my response. I was like, this is fucked up. And I remember telling some of my friends there who were total, I'm sorry to say this, but like, they have balls when nobody's listening. And if they were in my shoes or my skin, they would have fucking absolutely done it. Period. End of story. But they just thought it was so badass what I did. You know, but if there was ever a stand to be made, they'd be hiding in the corner. But to me, it was like, this is really a fucked up way to start a conversation with somebody. It's that simple. Hey, John.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, you don't know me. I'm calling from the office of... Pick your office. And we feel like you're shocking and alien here, John, and we want to put you on a poster and hear what Johns think about. You'd be like, what the fuck is this? It's the weirdest thing. Can I talk to you about God, John? It was like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was that lead-in. And I was like, a little too soon for that. You got to buy me dinner first. Like, we're not going straight to the put me on a fucking poster, you know, and as a prop for you assholes. And that's when it was, I was like, I'm here to teach art.
It'd be so annoying.
It's fucking, I should send that to you because you would laugh your ass off. I should forward you. What can I do, John? You know, I'm right now, you know, we've got 2 kids. They're strong. They can pull things. Whatever, you know what I mean? You know, if you need anything, let me know. That's where you are right now, man. But yeah, I feel like, I hope this was, I mean, I don't even know what to say about this other than thank you, which doesn't seem pluribus unum absolutely right. But Yeah, Sean said this. He went full meatloaf. And no, I won't do that. That's true. I would do anything to teach, but I won't do that. But it's to me, this was so electric when I saw it that I hope it was a blast. Is amazing. And then you tell all these stories of people art directing you, and then you're like, hey, Shanth, what do you think? I'm like, do I need to give Springball claws? Like, that was what was happening on my end. Do I change the entire story? Because I was just thinking to myself, like, it was so, it's so great. Like, I love everything you did there, man. It was just so fun. Love it. And hail Mike High TV dub. Yeah. This is John Malin, James Hunsinger. This is John Malin, iconic, full tilt. Damn the torpedoes. This is Comicsgate. And this is how we do superheroes around here. That's how it went. He goes, we love Rob Liefeld and Todd McFarlane here. We're allowed to do this. It's just more fun to say that as a painter. I got to be honest with you. If you ever do realist paintings, it's so much more fun. When people go, who are your favorite comic book artists? Well, McFarlane's my number one. You just feel the twitch in their faces, you know. But there's just as much insanity. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on a second. Now I've got to try to figure this out. 1 second here. I'm going to answer Bosch. I'm going to answer this. And then I'm going to see if I can get the Hollywood squares here to happen here. Let's see which box I call up here. All right, I've got this box here. And then let me see if I can get... There it is. God dang this. Almost there. Nope. Let me unlock this thing here in a second here. Where the hell did I put this? Guess 6 unlock. There we go. And can I get you? There we go.
Alex R wants to know, how many supercomputers did you need for that page?
Oh my gosh.
Just one iPad. You know.
There he is. There's Bosch. How you doing, brother?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we got you.
All right, cool. How's it going, man?
Amazing since I got this dropped on me.
I know. I mean, it's great, man. And the color is fantastic, John. Really, really well done.
Telling you.
Thank you.
With the white background, that makes it a little more impactful also. What you did.
Yeah, I had a colored sky, you know, but I was just like, yeah, if I drop it, it gets that extra pop. Yep. So
absolutely.
Yeah, it was just trying almost simpler to leave it white, less room for anyone to be like, whatever. I don't know, more graphic quality, whatever. Yeah, white was the right choice.
Beautiful.
Yeah. John was telling me, he goes, when I'm picking colors that I want to emphasize, he said white is always my go-to. And I said, you know, John, a lot of, and this is something, it will affect, and I don't know even if I have it here, but this is something that I have taken to heart and that has affected my work if I could find it. But I always now, people know who follow my painting streams, I work with a tube of Malin white at all times. I don't know if I can find it. You know, I have it around somewhere.
The whitest of the white.
Yeah, it's an incredibly powerful white. Like, if there are any color on your canvas, the white will just completely eradicate. It's incredible how it works. And that's just John's...
White out, white in.
That's right. Even funniest thing is Malin black is actually a white, which I just, when I took that tube out. But no, it's... What I love is that you've got that high contrast, blown out sort of background, that white light. And then you're looking into shadow, which is such a more interesting way to me when you're doing silhouettes, to do those mediums become very intense highlights inside of the shadow area with the color pops, so that you look past the white and you go into the subject as the shadow of the silhouette. And that's the thing I love about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, John. It's gonna be an intervention like the opposite kind. We really like this stuff, John. Leave me alone.
You were saying something before, Shanth, about how the culture and the I guess the elites, whatever, they want to force these styles onto you. They want to force bad food onto you, bad art onto you. And also your school, what was it, man? RISD-versity.
RISD-versity. Yeah.
I mean, that's preposterous.
the thing that was the best bit of aesthetic advice I remember hearing was I think it was Joseph Campbell was talking about James Joyce's, and I have my thoughts on Joseph Campbell too, but he was talking about James Joyce's theory of aesthetics, and the thing that got me is that he extrapolated from there, and he goes, an art should give you an aesthetic experience, and the term aesthetic means to excite and awaken you. And he goes, what people don't realize is the opposite of an aesthetic experience is an anesthetic experience. It's an experience that puts you to sleep. It's like anesthesia. And that's what bad artwork is, first and foremost to me. It's an anesthesia. It's an anesthetic experience. And that's what it is. You know, it's exhausting to look at that shit.
Absolutely.
You know?
And it's all over the place.
Yeah. It's everywhere. And you don't, that's not something you could, because here's the weirdest thing about it. Because we were talking about it, and guys, this is not, people misunderstand when you dedicate your life to the study of art, the study of aesthetics, and you can actually appreciate great stuff, and you can actually appreciate a wide range of stuff, what it means to look at something and say, this is not aesthetic. This is just noise. This is elevator music. It doesn't mean there's not a lot of lines in it. It doesn't mean that there's not effort put into it. It just means it lands with a thud. And that's the thing that has to be there. And when I look at something like Pigman, and I look at something, and it's funny, you brought it up, the Omega Storm cover, which is one of my favorite things that you've done, John, was I got the variant with nothing, no type on it. You know, it was the Virgin cover. And that's, by the way, the poll was unanimous in the chat, and that's what I was leaning towards. They go, we want this to be a Virgin cover. We don't want any of the type on the cover. And I'm like, yeah. It's like, the customer is always right in matters of taste. That's what we're going to do. Because I love it. I'm game for that, and I'm the publisher of it. So, yeah. If John wants Springball to have claws now, I'm going to go for, like, just everybody has claws. Screw it. John's like, let's do this thing. But yeah, man, I love that. What do you think? Bosch, one of my favorite things about this was the illustration within an illustration. I loved those corner illustrations that started happening in the 80s. There was something so great about those when you got it the direct market version. And hail, brains taste awful. What do you think of that?
About the corner ones, whether it's always different. I love that.
Where the barcode goes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they put Spider-Man on there sometimes, but other characters. But also in terms of the corner box up on top, Byrne was doing a lot of them for the FF. Yeah. He kept changing a lot of them. That was cool. That was rare because they usually stuck with one for years. But they did do this also. The where the barcode would be. I remember that.
It was such a cool thing to see. It's funny. Again, because I had no idea John was doing this. I had no idea. And it was, and the thing also too, I got to say this as well, is that you were talking about, when you were talking about it, you're like, is he going to ask me to do a cover? And I'm thinking, that's another thing that's never going to happen. Like, if you're ever out somewhere with me, this is, Eric Weathers will tell you this story. It was one of those more painful kind of moments when, I know I said this to you, Bosch, but I want to share it again with John. I've shared it with John. One of my favorite movies, if you haven't seen it, HD Trains. 4 discs, just trains. No character, none of that drama stuff people are into these days. Just trains on the track. If you're tired of the same mainline railroading, I encourage you to get this 4-disc set. So this is kind of, my brain is always trying to solve problems, and that's what I was doing in when I was looking at different character design stuff that I was doing that was a part of the work I did with Microsoft games and things like that. The thing about it for me is that if Eric Weathers was talking to me and he goes, so Shant, you're working on this painting for Battle Brick Road for the poster book. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm really liking it. I was like, and he goes, I said, I'm really liking this one character. And he goes, would you like, do you need to hear more? And I went, no. Now, to me, what I suddenly then realized as soon as that escaped my lips is he was saying to me, well, do you want me to let you in on more story points? But what I heard is, would you like seconds? No, I'm good. It's rude to ask. So I had a completely different reaction to it. And then I walked him through that and he started laughing. And I go, wait, you were just trying to tell me. You want to tell me more about the story? And I was thinking I don't want to inconvenience you. And so that was a learning curve for us in terms of how I go about things. But God bless him.
I'm
Hostman's
sorry.
Lounge. Yeah.
That's one of the villains for that little like the bar thing.
Yep.
Very, very cool. Very cool. With the flies on
Yep.
there. That's fun.
John
That's a nice
crushed
touch.
it, man.
Nice
Yep.
touch.
Amen. Yeah, it's no, it's not on Netflix. I'm sorry to say. They had a slow TV ride across Norway, I think it was, but they took it down, and I've been sad
It was
ever
just
since.
trains of hours of trains flying by.
Yeah, it's scary.
That's it. Any
That's it.
details? I mean, do they stop to look at the engine? Do they look at the? Or
Sometimes they do. Yeah, sometimes
Okay.
they change out the coal, but for the most part, it's just the trains, Bosch, and it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
what
scary thing.
the people want. They want
That's
that
what the-
train moving.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It's the I think it's the on the spectrum version of take your top off. Cut to the
right.
chase, get rid of the characters. But you know, the stuff that I loved and the artwork I love, because you've been talking about Ditko and we talk about the kind of beautiful idiosyncrasies in comics. One of my favorite and it was an insane piece of artwork, but I saw him when he was signing them. He was still alive. Was Dick Sprang's Secrets of the Batcave poster, and it was just full on Dick Sprang drawing every corner of the Batcave. It was almost like Hergé, drawing of like the entire settings. And I love Dick Sprang's Batman. Best name in comics, by the way. But I
unbelievable.
love. He meant it. He was like, this is what it is. Just like I love Neil Adams' Batman, just like I love Balin's Batman, just like I like Frank Miller's Batman. They all meant it. It's true. It's a true thing, Hostman. I'm sorry.
They brought
it
their
is,
individuality, each one of them.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
John, who's your Batman guy for Batman, John?
Do
you have one?
Maybe that. I don't know. I wasn't a big DC fan. I like that Norm Brayfogle. I like how Kelly Jones did it.
Yeah,
the
Kelly
big
Jones,
crazy ears. The longer ears, the better. But I also liked Miller's. Even Jim Lee's. I really wish that when Jim Lee and Frank Miller teamed up, that Jim Lee would have done his Death Blow, Frank Miller style. I thought that would have been. I thought that was like the missing piece on that. What our attempted run. Yeah, I think that's Mike Turner. I look, I'm an Image guy. I really prefer all the sharper, slicker illustrators out there.
Yeah.
So even Mike Turner's Batman, I thought that was pretty cool too.
See, with Batman for me, because you said you made an exception for Frank Miller. It's weird. I'm the same way. I do. There's something nice about Kelly Jones stuff. Bolland, in terms of like the most like that's Batman, that's Joker. Love Bolland stuff. But Frank Miller is my Batman guy. He just is. Like I love Frank Miller's. It's not just his layouts. It's not just his storytelling. I think it's the fact that I just like the brute force in his stuff. And like the big you guys know about all this, the big deal about the Dark Knight it was from the front, not from the back, and my God, and everybody's freaking out,
and the square head.
I'm like, and I just go, the fact that we're talking about that, the fact that that's a big deal shows the impact of that comic. It's crazy.
That was a game changer. It was a game changer. It absolutely was. It went into pop culture. Rolling Stone wrote about it at that time. It was a big deal. It was massive. His biggest hit. I mean, ever at that point.
Yeah.
And he told a hell of a story on top of that. So,
I like
this. And Todd McFarlane. Todd McFarlane's Batman.
Yep. Now, Todd, did he do? He kind of did the short ears like Miller, didn't he? In that story. I think he was doing
in the Spawn Batman he did. In that
he was trying to do,
old
I guess,
Batman.
That's right. Year 2.
But in the old Batman cover, I do believe they were longer ears.
Yeah,
the one where Batman's holding the girl, and he had that Spawn cape going on.
Yeah, I have that over there. I'm gonna grab
you mean Batman Year 2? where he did the second, third, and fourth issue. I think Alan Davis began that one. Is that the one you're talking about, John?
I'm talking about McFarlane.
Yeah.
Todd
Yeah,
did
McFarlane,
a Batman
year two.
cover. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was for. I'm trying to
I
find
think
an
it was
image of it.
with Mike Barr and Tom McFarlane, and he inked only the final issue of that. I think the fourth issue, and that was the best art of it because when he inked it. That's right. That's right. That's the third or fourth one cover.
Starlin Cockrum DeCarlo is who's credited for this Batman issue.
Huh. Oh, okay. Okay. So he just did a cover that. Yeah.
So let's see. How do I share? I'm not used to sharing screen on this thing.
The share screen is a nightmare in this, man. It robots. That's the problem. Let me call it up.
That's right. I can hear it.
Let me call it up, John. I'm trying to fix it, which is what the problem is. There's a way to do it, but I haven't figured it out. But let me call.
Did you read the year two, Shanth? With
yes,
McFarlane?
I did.
Okay. Do you think, as I do, that it was the Mask of the Phantasm had a lot they plucked from there with that character with the skull head and the woman in there with the red hair? Remember that? I think they were inspired by that. Clearly.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Let me call this up.
Yeah. It was so different than year one with Mazzucchelli's stripped down art. And then you got McFarlane going off with all the line work. And he only inked that fourth issue, and Alan Davis drew the first one, which was very strange to go from Alan Davis to McFarlane,
Yeah. It was really interesting to see how he took on just how he took on the character at different points in his career, and when he was trying to follow somebody on it versus when he was, attempting to do his own sort of take on it. And so, let me just swap this out real quick, which is, it pains me. I'm not going to do that. I got to put another image in here. Hold on a second. New overlay, image overlay. Where did that
Wasn't there also a Capullo Batman that McFarlane inked on some? Wasn't that the case also? I think so, yeah. So that was different also. Yeah.
So this
that
here,
one.
John,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Look at that, man.
Yeah,
crazy. I think that was after he already did part 2, I think. Check out his signature. That's pretty damn cool with the bat.
Oh yeah. I love stuff like that.
Yeah,
this is the kind of that's the kind of fun I really want to start having again. I mean, I've been having a blast on Nosfero, and I'm having a blast on Springball right now. Has just been crazy.
You're right, man.
You
guys talking about the fun aspect of it all. You're right, because it's like it could get deadly serious. It could get like it's all consuming, but you can't forget the fact that you fell in love with this as a kid. You love this stuff, and you want to keep that fun going. A lot of times, I think you overlook that, unfortunately, at times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why Comicsgate has been really a lifeblood. And I actually have something here, Bosch, that I think I don't know if you've seen this, but this is by a company called Mafex. And this is their
I have seen
Frank
that.
Miller Dark Knight beat up face. And I love
issue 2.
Yep, one of my favorite covers of all time.
That's exact shoulder rip and the chest. That's awesome. It's such a it's so funny, that cover. It's like it's so jarring, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I love it, and it's not like the actual interiors. Really, it's really not.
Yeah,
it's its own thing. It's its own thing. And those covers, they were so different, each one to the other. From that first one with that dramatic lightning bolt, to the one with Carrie Kelly, and then that one, and then the one with Superman and him in their silhouette. It's just completely different. I mean, what wow.
Frank Miller gave us a female Robin that nobody had a problem with in the 80s.
Nobody. She was a great character.
Do you remember? Do you guys remember when, or sometime around 2015, when different races and homosexuality was invented? Those were crazy times, right? I feel like
first time ever.
It was. I was surprised. A friend of mine, I can't say that. I don't want to out him. But whatever. A friend of mine said to me, we were talking about we were you got the sense we were going to talk about this stuff. Let's just put it that way. It was an unspoken thing. We're sitting there. We danced around it a bit. We were doing our RISD versity. We were brown and on a poster. What the fuck is wrong with this world? But he looked over at me and he goes, Shanth, I'll tell you something interesting. I've only been a black artist for 3 years. I fucking
Jeez.
died.
That's
I
hilarious.
went,
Yeah.
wow. Wow. And
I'm
he's
black,
older
though, by
than
the way.
me.
I don't know
Huh?
if you guys know, I'm black. There was a fat black girl on X. She said, "I just want you guys know that redheads are black. I mean, they're black. You just got to know that." And then she also used the word ginger. But if you take the letters in ginger, it could turn into a different, you know what I mean,
First
it
of all,
turns to a
Bosch,
different.
I don't see
Anyway,
color. So I
I
see
knew
your
there was something
truth.
about me.
You know what I mean?
The
I
black
see
girl
my,
did
and I
like
got a
me though.
super chat here. Let me see where did the super chat go? Hold on a second here. Oh, there we go. A super chat from Hostman's Lounge. Hostman's Lounge, thank you so much. You have been supporting this channel in the past, and again, is always appreciated. $4.99. Who's your favorite werewolf artist, John? Werewolf artist aside from John. So you're asking that to the whole chat. Who's your favorite werewolf artist besides John, of course?
I mean, in terms of comics, I don't even know. I know there were some good ones here and there over the years, but I mean, Rick Baker is also an artist. He's not just a
I was
makeup
about
artist.
to
And
say that.
I've seen those
Rick
drawings. They're
Baker,
fantastic.
dude.
I
Yeah.
got this Rick Baker these 2-volume career book. You know,
My brother has
do you
it.
have that also? It's
I
fantastic.
don't have it,
I
but
mean,
he's
it's
got it.
really,
It's awesome.
it's so good. And they have they have his entire career, and then of course, oh man, wow, that's great.
Yeah.
They have his entire career, and then they have these. You know, of course, the American Werewolf London, you know, the area is the biggest because it's the most impact, I think. So I don't know. I mean, Rick Baker comes to mind. That's, you know, in terms of incredible werewolf artist.
And so let
And
me say this because we have a super chat, and then I want to hear John's answer on this. But we got to do this for super chat.
Charge!
It was a nightmare getting those girls into that background. I can tell you that right now. That was frame by frame nightmare. So John, werewolf wise, who's your werewolf guy?
I don't know. Movie wise, if you're gonna say what are the whoever did the, I don't know, The Howling was great. American Werewolf
It's
in
Rob
London was
Bottin.
great.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
those are probably two of my favorite werewolves. Like especially like the transformation with like the bladder work, whatever. Comics, I don't know. Silvestri did this. Kind of, what was it? Ghost in the Darkness, kind of. I forgot what it was called. This kind of werewolf thing, you know. That was nice. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what the thing was called. I can't remember.
Bernie Wrightson is definitely up there for me, but that Frazetta is up there for me.
Oh yeah, Frazetta with the one.
But what was it? You said it was Michael Turner. Is that what you said? Who did you say did the werewolf thing? Silvestri, right?
Mark Silvestri. Did you read the one with
Silvestri? Yeah.
With
it was just it was in like X-Men or
Wolverine.
Wolverine or something like that when he did it. So
let me see. Oh crap! Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Where was that thing from?
Murderers Row, Mark Silvestri. I don't remember werewolf. It's like there's a werewolf Wolverine. Is that what it was?
No, I don't think it was a werewolf Wolverine.
That was your favorite, Capwolf?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Capwolf.
Damn.
That's right.
Dan
I forgot who drew that. Mark Greenwald wrote it. I forgot. They had a recent one, a revival of Capwolf. I think it was drawn better than back then.
Yeah, you tell me the title and I'll get the image for you. Just let me know when you find it, John.
Oh, I think Wolverine 34. There's a video. Haman Silvestri put Wolverine in a great werewolf story.
Wolverine 34.
I'm trying to think of what that does sound familiar with that run that Larry Hama and Silvestri did.
Yeah.
I guess that's
Let's see here. Oh dang! Look at some of this stuff. Hold on a second. See if I can call this stuff up. Wolverine 34. Let's see what year that was. God, I tell you what, it was. You want to talk about a different era in comics? I mean that's just staggering to me when I look at the artwork from any of this stuff. You know, it's like there was this chain of skill and tradition being passed down, and then it just broke. It's kind of scary, and I think it really was the kind of the postmodern impact on all of that stuff. God dang, this stuff it's really kind of, it's depressing. Let me see if I can grab one of these to put up here. But just the ability, just the pure ability of this work. You know, you can see Mignola, you can see Miller, you can see all of that stuff. You know, it's all tied into that history. And then all of a sudden, I think it's postmodern.
A Devil in the Dark is the title on the cover. So
Got
that
it.
must have been what I was trying to think of. Devil in the
Yeah.
Dark.
If I see it, I'll definitely recognize. I just don't remember it
Yeah, I'll
offhand.
just call this image up here. I'm just trying to find a nice straight-on image of the cover, and everything is a photograph from eBay, but whatever. Grab it. But yeah, it's there was just so much skill in that stuff. There was so much just quality of craftsmanship in it, and we were so spoiled. I mean, I looked at people who were great, and I think unfortunately that's the postmodern objective. The postmodern objective is to get people to
make peace
be
with
anti
mediocrity.
beauty. Yes,
Yeah,
embrace mediocrity. Anti beauty
absolutely.
is
Anti-beauty also. That's clearly a thing now. And then you got people like, well, they don't call it that. I said, what? Why the hell would they call it that? They don't want to call it that. They want to call it something else. They want to call it, they want to put a good face on it. But that is what it is. They do hate beauty. They hate aesthetic.
They hate plot too. They hate stories that have a go somewhere. Like, it's, guys, for those of you guys who've never seen the cover to this, I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
See, I see Wrightson and Mignola in that. You know, interestingly, I don't know if Mike had even done like the Wolves of St. August, or if he'd done any werewolf stuff at that point.
But he had energy about him. Also, he was a great draftsman, just a great draftsman. From day one, you could tell.
Yeah. It's there's a reason why this stuff right here sold, and the other stuff, or the stuff they do today, doesn't sell. If you can't figure it out, you're dead. You know,
I'm like tripping out trying to figure out how that giant werewolf arm on the bottom right connects back to the body. Like,
that's right.
There's all that negative space.
I mean, that arm's long. His right arm's long, but that's really long.
Yeah.
Is it moving down? Is his shoulder down next to his head?
That's also, it's huge compared to the one choking Wolverine. So
yes, it is.
Oh, it could be. Look, it could be. I doubt it, but you could make an argument that Wolverine cut it off, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That seems more plausible, at least right here.
Well, you know, this is the thing about the use of language in general, and understanding where this stuff comes from. So, I have it somewhere. I got to try to figure it out. But someone can look it up in Wikipedia, or I'm sorry, in Oxford, the Oxford English Dictionary, for that matter. I was trying to figure out the origin of words so I could figure out where they came from, because there's certain words that it seems to me just started getting used at a certain point, and they can't be that old. And the one that surprised me the most, I think it was from the 1920s. It might have been, I don't think it was the late 1800s, but it's recent. Socialism recent was elitist. And it's something that I really think is an important pushback point to have when people accuse artists and comic skaters in particular of being elitists. Elitist is a complete adopting of a socialist term. It is only meant and invented by socialists to say that when elite people get together, you can't go in there if they make you feel bad if you don't have skill. But that's not a bad thing. It's the problem of the person who hates skill. You want an elite pilot. You want an elite doctor. So 100%. To hate elitism is basically to hate life. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think Every July was talking about that recently also, in terms of elites. And he said he's almost like, you could tell he's almost embracing like AI, the possibility, because, you artists, you fucked up, you're late and this and that. Like, are you kidding me? What a thing to admit, but that is what he's saying, because as he talked about it, he was smiling, like looking to use it, to make use of it. it's already bad as it is. So if he gets into that, I mean, good. Good for him because that's what we want.
Yeah, if you go back even more primal, right, like caveman kind of type days, you want that elite fire builder, you want that elite hunter in your group. Like you need these elite people.
Absolutely.
And then you get these people that aren't as good. Well, challenge yourself to be as good or better than the people that are keeping you alive every fucking day. Those are the elitists, the people that are keeping you alive every fucking day.
These are the words.
Reach their level or excel. Go invent the wheel. Be the best wheel maker out there.
Yeah, well, it's the term. Here's the words I always look for, and this is what makes things dangerous. When you know this stuff and you're a teacher, because these things that'll hurt you in your career when you call out these basic sort of tenets. So, where is it? Let me see if I can find it here for the year. So if you do something and you create an environment where there's a lot of people who are elite, right? You would call that environment exclusive, right? Like you have to be at a certain level. Colleges, exclusivity used to be something they marketed, right? So I was curious to find out the origins of, and so anything into the early 1800s into the 1900s is how old socialist thought was, and of course late 1800s you've got by that point you've got the invention of feminism, which was was invented by a man who was an anti-Semite socialist philosopher. And weirdly these things line up, but the word exclusionary first appeared in the early 1800s. And that's where you start getting these words that carry a social connotation to them. So you get words like you're being elitist, you're being exclusionary, you're being what's another one? Elitism, right? The belief in what is elitism? The belief in excellence.
It's all spoken with contempt. Also, it always is. Because they want anyone to be, part of something good, or the standards be damned. That's what it really comes down to. That anyone can do it, and that's just not true. It's just not true. Not in art, not in anything really. But that is their idea, that they want the people who don't give a shit to do the best that they can to be at the top.
Yeah,
and therefore they can control them and so on.
They don't want students to be critiqued.
No, and the quote unquote at least can't be really controlled. So they want those who can be controlled in those positions. They don't want the ones who can't be artists. They don't want artists who go off on their own. They sure as hell don't want that.
Yeah, it's a wild thing to watch, and the thing that was so frustrating to me about all of this stuff is that the comic book industry went from nitpicking your work when you would show it. I remember showing my stuff to Mike Carlin, and even I got a great review from Mark Chiarello, but it was after I was, I'd been through the Stelfreeze, stuff, which is, this is crap, this isn't working, your perspective, remember the 180-degree rule and all that stuff. Like, you have to learn this stuff before you break it. And to me, it's not a nice thing to do to somebody, to humor them into thinking that they're good and sending them out in the world to get killed. It's the cruelest thing you could do. I said to my I used to say to my students, I go, you think I'm your prosecutor. That's your problem. Like, towards the tail end of teaching, I go, your problem is you think I'm your prosecutor. I'm your defense attorney, and I'm prepping you for the fucking stand. I'm throwing everything at you that they're going to throw at you. If you want me to tell you they're not going to throw it at you so you feel better now, cool, but you're going to go to jail. That's how that's going to end up. You're going to perjure yourself. You're going to backtalk. So my favorite case of modern teaching as law was the Amber Heard trial, where she took no advice from her attorneys at all. She took the stand. She just she had sat there. She blew that case. She lost a defamation case. What the fuck is wrong with her?
She lost the crowd. She lost everything. She was, and where is she now? Everyone knows her as that. She took a dump in Johnny Depp's bed, and she took a dump in court.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it's really a strange kind of thing when you see. I don't know. It's.
But yeah, you're right. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Shanth, in terms of the
No,
cruelty
please.
of telling people that they're good when they're not,
Yeah.
it's not good. And especially those that they have to, get this from you. And again, it's not the nice thing in the world. Again, you don't want to hurt people. You don't. You just got to be honest with
Yeah.
them and maybe
Sure.
encourage them towards a certain way. I remember I had a friend, Baton Lash, he died a number of years ago. He was going to the School of Visual Arts and he had Will Eisner as a teacher. And after a while, Will Eisner, took him aside. He goes, "Do you ever think about doing something else besides comics?"
Yep.
That's the
Mhm.
way he went about it. And then he got
Yeah.
good, and Will Eisner wrote it forward to one of his books. So that
Yeah.
happens also. Perseverance,
It should be
and
mentioned, yeah,
so
that is not necessarily a no get out of here. Like for me,
no.
the art school stories back when art school was good, and this was them testing you. So my
By the way,
favorite
that
my
page
favorite
looks great, Shanth.
Oh, thank you, man. I've
Page
got
looks
ways
great.
to
The
go
color
on
is
it.
fantastic. The line work's great. Very, very
It's
cool.
you can thank the man to the south of me on screen for really just kind of, I don't know. How do I put it? When you know someone will tell you if something is shit, when they tell you that something's worth exploring, it's easier to listen, I've found.
Yeah.
For me.
Mm.
Like when somebody tells me, "Hey, everything's going to be fucking great out there. Go get it, son." I'm like, "Nah, you're fucking
Alarm
insane.
bells.
Like why would you even say
Absolutely.
that?" So, my brother from another mother
Well, be
who's
great, though. Be great, guys.
it would be great, yeah. It's like,
No,
yeah, go
no,
be
no,
great.
be
You
great.
got this. Yeah, go be great.
Be
Yeah.
great. That's all.
My
That's a
brother
lesson,
is
right? I mean, it's a great lesson.
63 now, and he's just like I said, he's a genius. And he said to me, because my sophomore year of college, there was a teacher, and we had a payphone on the first story of the illustration building, and the teacher said, and back then I forget what it cost. I think it was a nickel or something for certain calls. And he said, "Where do you live, son?" And he gave him a coin. And he says, "Here, take this coin, go downstairs to the first floor, and tell your parents they're wasting their money."
Mm.
Like that. My Brian Stelfreeze's story was quite good. His art teacher came into the classroom, all the artwork on the wall, went out into the hall, grabbed one of those giant metal barrels, drug it into the classroom, and took off everything but 3 pieces of artwork and threw it in the
Wow.
trash. Brian's was one of the only ones left on the wall, and the teacher
Wow.
pointed to the 3 pieces on the wall and says, "These are shit,
Wow.
but I can't even talk about these." And it was and this is the craziest shit about this stuff. So and I had certainly had my experiences with all of that stuff. And the crazy thing is when Brian came up the last time we got together, we were talking. I had him come up as a guest artist. I said, "Brian, why did you help me, man? Like, I'm gonna be 50 soon. God knows where this is gonna. If I'll ever get a chance to really sit down and ask you this question face to face. Why did you help me all those years? Why did you keep letting me come by the studio?" And he goes, "We didn't give you anything special that we didn't give everybody else. You came in and we trashed you. We trashed your work. We ripped you to shreds. You were just the only one who kept coming back. And
Mm.
after a while, we saw that you could hang with us." And
Yeah.
I was just blew my fucking mind. Because I thought, who wouldn't come back
Yep.
to a
Well,
studio
some people
that
just
had
won't,
like those guys,
and they
Fucking
and,
nuts.
and some won't, and that's the whole thing, and that's
Yeah.
what we saw
Bullies,
clearly.
bullies. These guys are bullies,
Right? And
That's right.
I said to Brian Stelfreeze, "You're racist. I don't see color, but no, God damn. These
You
people
goddamn
are,
racist.
it's you, as I was telling people, God, I can't believe I said this shit in class. It's a miracle I wasn't like put on the spot sooner by assholes, but they overlook things until they don't. But I used to tell my students, you can actually medically treat a mortal wound with morphine and the person will feel better. They're going to die, but they're going to feel great. And
Yeah.
if you want morphine as your treatment for this, you're in the wrong room.
100%.
Because I'm not here to have you come back a year or two later and say, "No one ever told me this." I want you to come back and say, "Somebody told me this and I refuse to listen." I said, "I
You gotta
want
put them.
that to be your tragic story."
You gotta
Fucking
put them through the
ridiculous,
fire.
man.
I mean, you really do.
Yeah.
You have to.
It's
I
craziness.
had
Thank you, Rob.
Howard Cruz as a teacher in the SVA, And while he was a soft-spoken guy, I heard later he was basically a gay commie. It's so funny. I didn't know that about him. He was just a great teacher. He was very demanding. He wanted us to write pencil, ink, letter, a 5-page like a short story. That was a semester. So he forced us to do things that we weren't quite ready for, and it worked. And it really did. And that's what you got to do. And he was also very meticulous in terms of the criticism, but he forced you to do something that you weren't ready for. And that's, I think, the best teachers.
Yeah, and I gotta say this: greatest cover John has done yet. Holy fuck! From Comic Artist Pro
Ethan.
Secrets, Ethan, 100%, and a blindsided surprise. I will tell you, and let me make this clear: one person has been waving the flag for this cover forever, which is Bretsky the Great. Has been saying over and over again, when is John going to do this cover? And I want you guys to understand something that has mortified me during this stream is John saying, I kept wondering if he was going to ask me to do a cover. John, you got to really grasp like the way that I work, man. So John has bullied me into, this is so hypocritical, John. This is your hypocrisy in a nutshell. John will never let me do free work for him ever. He will not allow it. He will go, we don't do shit for the cause. And then what's he do? I feel like it's that scene in Troy when he goes, you told me never to switch sword hands. And when you can use it, you won't be taking my orders.
Yeah, but this is Spite cover. This is yeah. Well, it's spite in fact that, I mean, Chris Graves inspired me to like show everybody, like if you're gonna do pro bono, like kick ass, put in that extra hour, 2 hours, whatever, and just elevate it. Draw the windows in there, guys. Like that.
That's right.
It's a power move.
Yeah. But it was also but. Again, primarily it was that I wanted to do this from pretty much day one. So, and then there it is.
It's damn
cool. Yeah, John, I would have asked you before I thought of even doing the book if I had that particular capacity. So now I'm just thinking, like, what other things, like, that I'm not thinking about.
That's all you get.
That's right.
John,
What other things?
Just on the off chance you can say no, what's your social security number? Like, I just like, where can this go? Like, what's the last 4 digits of your social? Because this is in the mix of that, John. This is very much in the mix of this. I mean, again, guys, I love Todd McFarlane, and I have been watching. I love Todd. I love Rob. Like, there's certain people, we we really like. Travis Charest stuff. I found out recently in that interview he did with oh my god, Mark Miller, where he said, I started a rumor that my name is pronounced Travis Charest as a joke,
right?
And it caught hold. And I
People
went,
actually,
you did not.
Wait, so what's he saying? How's he saying it's pronounced?
Charest. Like how we all pronounced it.
Like
from
day one before everybody started saying Charest?
Yes.
Charest?
And I went, you bastard. Yeah, he goes, because, I thought it'd be funny. And it caught on. And I thought, that's the greatest move. Now, that's a power move.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, Brains Taste Awful says, I'll get everyone
to mispronounce my name for 20 years. Yeah. That's smart. No, don't.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. It's so funny. Rob the Replicator is here and he says, I like the size of the moon. That's how big they should be. Yeah, John crushed it with this. It's pure comics. It's pure comics. And what is so funny about
John, also you made Springball your own. I mean, from the eyes to everything.
Well,
he's
asking
cool.
me, like, do you have any thoughts on this? And I'm literally just, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, because the thing I like about Comicsgate is just how, you'd see people draw a character and, back in the days of really great comics, You wanted to see an artist do their
Yeah.
version of this character. That was
Oh,
the
yeah.
cool thing about it. You know,
Yeah.
is that you were getting this, and
That was a big
it's
deal.
all the better that John colored it.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
it's all the
Yeah.
better. You know,
That warm orange really pops.
and
The
seeing
warm
Rob Arnold
orange.
in the chat, I have
There
to
you
point
go.
this out.
Fantastic.
The last time John was on my, maybe not, maybe he was on here another time, but I think it might be the last time you were on my channel, was with Rob Arnold when you came on this channel to talk to me about streaming. And you know just me, because I was just starting out streaming at that point. And I remember I said say hi to my kids. They were young then. That's how long it's been. It's kind of scary. Like they're gonna be 20, but they were littler then. So or like 13 or 14. So you know it's the idea of John doing a Springball piece. I mean, of all the folks I wanted to really see take a run at it, it would be the person who put this crazy idea in my head to do this thing.
Yep.
Because I knew you had a spring ball in you, but there's no way, John. I could not have. That's just not how I'm built, man. That's like
No.
I can't. I mean, you know, I'm sure you can grasp that, because I said this to my wife. I go, babe, can you take a phone call? She was at work, and she's like, not right now. And I was like, it's about the kids. No, I didn't do that. I would never do that. But I said, you need to call me right now. She's like, are you okay? I said, nope, but I'm not at all, but I'm going to send, but not in a bad way. I'm going to send you an image and you need to call me. And I was like, there you go. And it's John, it's awesome, man. It's just,
Awesome.
it's such a breathtaking
Appreciate
piece.
it.
And it's made this, it's because I was already working on a cover B, and I'm like, you know, John's like, you know, you got to get some bigger tiers in there and everything like that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, let's do this. You know, let's like do this. I'm working on this. I mean, it's sort of manipulative, and it might even be a hate crime, John. I'm not sure, but it's a little bit. It's just a little bit of a violent microaggression or macroaggression even. He draws. Oh, I'm working on a Spider-Man idea. Like, just right in front of me. Just right.
Yeah, but I
it's
can.
like-
So I, if I'm trying to surprise everybody, yourself included, I can't be like, here's a Springball sketch in
Right.
2 different forms.
Yep.
So I
right.
just took a little extra time and I drew a phony little Spider-Man mask on it, and everybody was like, yeah, it looks really cool.
I have a feeling my birthday is coming up, and John's gonna show up and be like, with some, you know, bleach and lime, and go, I'm here to kill you. I wanted it to be a surprise. I thought the Springball drawing would throw you off, and I'll be like, oh, you got me. You got me.
That's a setup.
Well played. But it's, in all truth, it's how I want to go. Let's be honest. I mean, it really is that or killed by my library collection falling over on me. Those are my two dreams for how to go. Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
So John, how often do you color your own stuff?
Well, I've been doing like that godlike supplemental cover and second, what was it, or volume 2. Those are, or no. Yeah, second supplemental covers. Yeah, that's what I colored. I colored godlike 1 and godlike 2 supplemental covers. So,
nice.
And those are really basic. I mean, those are real simple.
Yeah.
Oh, and white backgrounds as well. So yeah, it is really simple. But not too often. So, but like I said, I wanted a specific look for this, and I didn't feel like art directing anybody to make it happen. So I just went in there and did it. I figured there's only a handful of color choices I was going to need to do it, so it'd be easy enough.
And how'd you color it, John? You said you use the iPad. Did you color it on the iPad?
iPad. Well, I draw in Clip Studio Paint, so I use that program to color it.
Okay.
So I can't wrap my brain around, what is it, Procreate, whatever. So people say it's good, but I don't know if anyone's actually drawing for print on there. I don't know. But I got Clip Studio Paint. So I drew it in there and then I just colored it in there. Again, really basic, you know, it's not overly complicated. little bit of airbrush or whatever, or is that what it is? A little fuzzy brush thing, and
it's impactful. That's all.
So
the white again. The white is just a great choice. Pops big time, just strong.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. I'll agree with Ethan on this. It's hard twisting my arm.
I can't see any Ethan comments. Are only certain comments showing up in this?
No, it was a little ways
comment
back.
Section?
It was a little
I can't even
ways
see
back.
the
I
comments
can
here.
call it up on.
I didn't see when Ethan's comment came in, so I've been keeping an eye on it.
Well, it's right here. Hold on a second. It's right there.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I caught it after it happened. Like I was scrolling up looking for stuff.
Is there a way to see comments on here, Shanth? Or because I
there
can't
should
really
be. You guys
see.
should be able to see comments.
Top right.
I see. I got it.
You got to click on something. Yeah.
All right, cool.
It'll pop up.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I accidentally clicked on it again here. Sorry about that, John. Yeah.
I got it. Thanks, man.
Right there, John. I'm gonna till it hurts that surprise. But so we just have Bretsky the Great, who has been a champion of a John Malin cover for this book, which again, beyond my wildest like craven thoughts of things that would be I would ever ask for. But I'm working on something for you, John. But not I got a night. Not it's not something I'm gonna make, although that is absolutely open to you, just in case you were wondering. But I've had this idea for something I wanted to surprise you with for a while, and I was talking to the missus about it, and she said, "Send him both kids," and I was like, "Yeah, he could raise them." No, but I thought about they're great. They can pull a plow. It's great. But yeah, I've got an idea, so we'll see what I come up with for that. I'll keep the chat guessing, but I got to play this because we just had Bretsky the Great, who was a champion of this cover, just backed it. So this is for you.
Charge!
A little bit of American cheerleaders go a long way, guys, for keeping people.
Are you able to pull your campaign up at all on here or no?
No, because this is not typical of this thing, but I was trying to figure out how to fix the audio problem, and I did something to make it impossible to pull up, which is incredibly frustrating to me. So here's what I'm going to try to do. Hold on a second here. I'm going to do old school, like iPad tomfoolery, because that's where I found myself today. Oh, man. Yeah, it's crazy because they keep updating this thing, and I'm going to have my brother, hell. Yeah, guys, so we started out today at 21K, and I'm going to adjust the brightness on this, but with John's cover, guys, if I can get this to focus, we just crossed into $22,559 on this campaign, all in a couple of hours because of John's incredible cover and you pushing this book. John, you've done so much for this book. Like sorry, you shouldn't have come in here. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to apologize for it anymore. These are just going to be brutal fire hose, compliments. But, you kept me on stream for 8 hours to promote this book when it launched, which is, but Bosh, Comicsgate is crazy in this way. Yeah. And it's, I hope people really, like, we're going to keep, Ethan's doing a great job, telling the story of where things have been since 2018. I think sometimes it is kind of weird to look back, but it's important to, I think it's important for people to understand just how grave things were. But, you come in here and everybody is like, hey, let's do stuff. Let's get to work. And if you keep your eyes focused on the work and you keep your head out of all of the kind of nonsense and bullshit, you will find people doing things for you in ways that just go beyond anything I think I've experienced in my professional life with people I've worked with for decades. And it's fun. It's a hell of a lot of fun to see what other artists are doing. So, I remember when I hit you up, Bosh, and it's not like we go back 20 years. I'm like, hey, man, can you send me the high-res files so I can cut together a trailer? And Bosh was like, here you go. Have at it. Awesome. And we get great stuff as a result of that. And it's
Cord Wayner in chat says, I bet John has a big dick too. Thank you, Cord. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Well said. Well spoken. Well spoken. By the way,
Right.
Cordwainer's got to be one of the better.
There was one here pretty funny about John hates kids so much that he doesn't want to be near the word procreate in terms of
Yeah.
the
Oh, wow.
program on iPad.
That's a rough
hilarious.
one. That's a rough one. Get off my lawn. Yeah.
It's funny.
It's a thing that happens, man. It's a thing that happens. You know, you got to do it, man. And you know, I just think that I think that my mind has been blown about this kind of thing because it's you know, I'm like you guys, like I track inkers. You know what I mean? And letterers and colorists. Like that's the stuff that is the stuff that I love about comics. And I was even I can never pronounce. I know I've seen his name written out pronounced, but is it Bob Wycheck? Is that
Wycheck?
is it
I think it's
Wycheck? It's
Wycheck.
Wycheck.
I
See,
believe it's Wycheck. Yeah.
yeah, I met a guy who actually was friends with him, who came up from New York, and he wanted to visit the studio and talk to me about some stuff. And was old friends of Bob's, but just completely without knowing this guy and being, you know, a fan of McFarlane's Hulk stuff, he's responsible for my two favorite covers as an inker. And so you know, he did Hulk 340. He inked Todd on that, the Hulk versus
Okay.
Wolverine famous one. And then the
So he inked that cover,
yes,
and then
yeah.
Todd inked the interiors.
Yes, Todd inked the interiors on that book.
That's what it was.
And Bob inked Bob inked him on the
Right.
interiors on a
You're
few
right.
instances, but he did for that cover. And then the famous the cover that I love, that's my second favorite cover, which is Betty holding on to Hulk as he's jumping in front of the moon.
I mean, that's so
classic.
damn good.
Yeah,
I love
it's
the
just a
look that he
great
gave the
cover.
Hulk space also.
Yeah,
And he made him look like this, you know, like an extreme version of a Kirby's Hulk.
yeah.
I love this Hulk. I mean, I think Todd's Hulk is one of the best.
Yeah,
That one was pretty good too, with a Peter David in there.
yeah. It's crazy. I want to, if you guys wouldn't mind, I want to take a second to play two trailers, if that's all right. You guys all right with that?
Sure.
All right.
You can do that?
Yeah, I can. John, look, I'm working on it. This is, of all the nights, man, I got to go in and strip everything out and get it to work. So I want to play this trailer first because this is a new one and the one after this.
If fighting was a god, I would worship him. I would bow to him. I would pray for victory. For he only grants opportunities. But behind every god lurks a devil. And the devil wants me to take a dive. My name is Annatomic. And this is how my legend was made.
Ah, not that one.
Thanks again,
Let's get back here. So
that's awesome.
there you go, guys. Yeah, I mean, there's so much great stuff happening right now. I'm actually really excited about the sign up for Annatomic because Inglorious Rex has just been going some great places, and I think those interiors are outstanding. I love the stuff I'm
Yeah,
seeing.
I think that's some killer art there by whoever that artist is. But also the colors. I don't know if that's Jason Wright again, but the colors work extremely well for what that guy is doing. So kudos to that. But also Vaughn did that trailer, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the better kind of motion comic, because like motion comics usually look like complete fucking ass. I can't stand them.
Yes.
But I don't know if it's Vaughn's editing or better software or a mix of both. Yeah. It's a pretty that is probably one of the better trailers, if not the best trailer.
Yeah.
Execution that I've seen. So
yeah,
and it's for a spin-off book. So you know that
I mean,
that's pretty cool too.
He did the Inglorious Rex trailers for Shane too, and it was one of the things I was racing to do before the stream started, because whenever I put trailers on here, usually there's things that I cut or I do a run at, but I wanted to have a title card at the end of it, you know, with like when I play it on this channel anyway, that's just got like, you know, trailer by Vaughn, so people, you know, when it's on my channel that you know he did it, because Shane was so excited to show me that trailer. He's like, look what Vaughn did on this. It's just great, man. It's a great trailer. It's great artwork, and I think that world he is doing is fantastic. And as a fight fan, I've been doing a lot of drawings of that character. Like there's a bunch of characters that I like to draw in Comicsgate. And one of the ones that I kind of have to find my way into a character before I can figure out how to draw or how to approach it. And so for me, you know, when I'm looking at you know 232, his main character, the two guys I've got build wise always in my mind are, well, obviously Mike Tyson, but also, and I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. I must be absolutely exhausted. Hands of Stone. Why am I blanking on his name? This is driving me crazy.
The Rock Biter?
Leonard. Boxer. A boxer from the 80s. And this is going to drive me crazy, man. Hold on. Roberto Duran.
I thought you were talking about the Rock Biter from Neverending Story.
No, also good. The Rock Biter's fantastic. But I love...
He had big, strong hands.
He did. God, that movie, man. Artex. Come on, man. Don't be doing that to us.
Still a good movie. Dude, I had that playing in the background the other day. It's still a good movie.
One of my favorite wolf animatronics of all time is Gmork with the green eyes. That I absolutely love that character. If there was an art form that thank you for Duran in the chat, by the way, Joseph. I'm sure you got that before I got to it. A fucking amazing fighter, but he's got that sort of stocky come forward build, and I just love that. But if there was an art form, and I had no thought of being an artist when I was younger, it was practical makeup effects. They were everywhere. Behind the scenes on them was everywhere, and that's what I thought would be the coolest job in the world, was doing that kind of stuff. Like I loved that. Miniature effects, stop motion, all of it.
So what changed exactly at that point when you were heading that way? Just you started drawing a little more, or?
Oh, it's easy. I can't do 3D. It's that simple.
Okay.
I love 3D, and thank God for it, because I get to enjoy 3D because it's not my work.
Do you mean like the physical making it all? Like the building it from clay? I have a problem doing that as well. I tried to do like a pigman head, and I having a tough time. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Have you shown that to John?
That
John, have you seen the pigman head?
I didn't do it.
I'm not sure.
And John, I'm gonna let you go in a little bit. You seem wiped out, man. You just woke up and rolled in here. You gotta be wiped.
Oh yeah.
Look at this.
Wiped out.
This will make your day. So this is what an artist made for Bosch.
Yeah. It was a company, and they did a great job. They followed my directions exactly. At first they did. They tried to stylize it. I was like, nah. And that's a pigskin leather. You know, it's that look, like the boots they have, the gloves. God, that was the eureka moment for me. So they did a great job. Even the back of the head, the details that I added there, and the ears. I mean, the ears, they really did it like to flap over.
Yeah,
just excellent, man. Very pleased with it. I also have a small one.
Are you if you haven't backed Pigman, someone in the chat is saying yes, and it's Anthony Gonzalez Clark who's doing the Anatomic interiors. I
I
think.
also have a small one here.
Yeah,
Oh my
This
God,
is
I didn't see that one.
This is
Yeah.
young Pigman and Pigman, like young Isom.
Yeah, like that's so great, man. Young Isom
But it's
and
just
yeah,
so cool.
grown up Isom. Yeah. No, man, that's
where did
sick.
those come from? Did somebody make those? What was the story behind that?
It was a place, I forgot the name of it, but I was looking to get it, and I got the first one made, the small one, and then I say, you know what? I want that same thing, just a larger version. And I forgot the name of the company. I can find out. But man, they did it perfect. So it was like, it's great because sometimes these things they don't come out well, but they came out really, really well. So I'm very pleased with it.
They got your style down perfect, man.
Yeah.
That Gonzalez Clark guy, the work that he did in that book is incredible. A lot of that, like just the body language, the expressions that the guy is doing. So that's really incredible. So Shane is not doing the interiors on it, but what that dude is doing is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful really stuff, man. People are loving this, man. I think this is you like seriously. I don't have my brain is still broken from it, but it's you hit it out of the park. I mean, I couldn't have I would have never thought to envision you doing a cover because like I said, what is it? I was substitute teaching. Because I was coming in as a guest artist for a friend of mine who was having surgery, and I started laughing while I was doing the demo. And the student said, "What are you laughing about?" And I said, "I really thought I'd be dead by now." It's a dark sense of me. I'm like, well, this is kind of a miracle. And so my view on things is often maybe a little off. But I saw this and I go, yeah, I can't imagine a thing I could want more out of a Springball piece from you, man. This is just incredible. That corner is just the icing on the cake, man. That corner art's great.
Yeah, that's
so thank you, John,
fun.
so much, man. Go get something to eat or get some rest, man. You've
take care, John.
What
Oh, I'm getting booted. Oh,
okay. No, you're not getting booted. You can stick around. You can absolutely.
No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Thanks. Good luck with this stuff, guys, and I'll catch all y'all later. Bye.
Thank you, John. The kids are on their way. All right, take care, man. All right. Holy cow! So, John Malin, how about that, man, for a cover boss?
I mean, congrats, man! Fantastic. I mean, I saw it. I was like, holy shit!
Yeah, I said the same thing.
I saw you post something. Yeah, I saw something. You post something the other day, a different cover, and I guess it's something different than this because I didn't see the actual. Or is it this? Because it was a blur.
It was blurred. It was this. Yeah, I blurred it.
Okay.
And thank you, House of R.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cost,
so you got
absolutely.
it a couple days ago.
I got awesome. He sent me this with just did this Springball piece. Everybody's saying later, John. Yes, thank you, John. Yeah, John is the man, and he did get booted. I'm just like he woke up from the crazy schedules we keep and hopped right on the stream when he saw the link, which I appreciate. But it's cool. He sent this in the mail, and it's the same thing where what goes on in, at least in my experience, is that there's not a tremendous amount of, I don't do a tremendous amount of conversations. And most of the people I know don't do a lot of tremendous conversations around stuff in back rooms, but we do a lot of, oh man, I've got an idea for a trailer. Could you do this? Oh, hey man, you did the Springball sketch, and then you came into my I had missed the stream because I was streaming, and you said I showed something on stream. Again, not a clue. You're doing something with that, and that's the fun stuff we can do. It's cool.
Very, very cool. Look, I mean, clearly, you said that John was the person who basically looked at Springball and said, you gotta do something with that.
Yeah,
and that's just awesome that it comes full circle and makes this great cover for you. So that's really really cool. He clearly has a great interest in it, so that's awesome.
Yeah, he does, and that's something you talked about where we were having the conversation about the war on beauty and the war on aesthetics and all of that sort of stuff. And one of the things,
it's real.
It's very real, and one of the things that I think different that Ayn Rand talked about actually, but that separates what she referred to as the second rater but
Yeah.
I think is quite simply the just the malignancy of resentment is the inability to be excited for good things that happen for other people.
Mm,
That to me is one of the things that is the ultimate telltale sign that when you see
absolutely right.
something good happen for another person, like I've seen Ethan get that way when he
Yeah.
read Liam's book
Yeah.
Dino
Dino
King,
King.
and
Yeah.
then he
Yeah. Yeah.
saw Liam's reaction to how the
Yeah.
campaign was doing. He was sincerely moved. He was
Yeah.
sincerely, affected by seeing that. And then the other thing that was crazy is, and I had no idea this was happening. Eric had sent me a text to let me know he was doing a painting on that Comicsgate King stream, and I've
Right.
been working with him for a year. When he pulled that up, and I was like, "We have to go back to that." I was in shock
That
because we
was
had
awesome.
just been working his. I've been seeing his progress, but under pressure with 2 hours,
Yeah.
that made my. I told that was the funniest thing is I told Eric this. I was looking for a sign. I was feeling kind of down. Like I felt like I just needed a positive shot. It's like it's like I'd love something positive. Like God, if you're listening, it's Margaret. No, I said if you can send me something positive, and that for me, I was like, I'm not gonna complain. That made my week. Yeah, the Venom piece, amoral
It
fat
was
40
awesome.
ounce. Yeah, and
Everyone knew when we saw it. It's like, okay, that's the one. I mean, that's it.
yeah,
It just was
and then I think I
strong,
woke up
alive.
the next day or the day after, and then John sent me the Springball piece, and I was like, "Easy, let's not get carried
That's,
away."
that's right. That's
I
right.
I
So whoa,
thought I'd
whoa,
be
whoa,
dead
whoa,
by now.
whoa.
Yeah,
Relax.
what's
This
going
is so
on?
good.
Where's is this candid camera? Where's Alan Fun? Like, what's
That's right.
happening here? But
No, but
it's crazy, man. It's crazy what we're
yeah,
doing here.
it is crazy. I mean, just being part of this also for myself. I'm a loner by nature. I never want to be part of anything. I never even objectivism. When I don't even like being part of that, even though
Yeah,
I am. And
yeah,
I resist even going to the conventions, to the conferences. I went to a few here and there, but I don't
yeah,
do that as much anymore. But being part of this, it's a whole different thing because it's again, even Ethan with his trash cast.
yeah,
I listen to podcasts now, but this is about comics. It's just a different. It's also a cartoonist
yeah,
who's talking about this thing. He knows
yeah,
his stuff, and that's just it's a different level for me of
yeah,
connection. And then also being invited to be part of the Kings. I mean, that's just I was blown away, flat out blown away. I
yeah,
said, I'm just honored, and I know we like to. It's an honor to be part of this gang. Yeah, yeah, I
yeah,
sure as hell am. It's
yeah,
like I think it's awesome, and it's for the first time really that I feel at home with any kind of group. You
yeah.
guys are all cartoonists, writing and drawing your own
That's
stories,
it.
doing the best work of your career, and there's no place I'd rather be. So I'm just proud.
Yeah.
I'm just glad to be here.
Yeah,
I really
I
am.
feel the same way, man. And
Yeah.
it's kind of it's a crazy thing, like the teaching thing or any of the things we do or the drawing thing. And I think I said this to Mrs. and Jenny today, which was I said to her, I go, there's this particular thing we do of drawing and telling stories, but even just is painting and whatever else. It's it's a weird thing, like it's something you kind of want to talk about but in a particular way, it's hard to describe, or it's almost like you can connect with people without even talking when they've
Yeah.
got that passion for it. And
Yeah.
I think I said this to I was talking to Eric about this when we were painting, and I was showing him books. I was showing him like Mead Schaefer, and I was saying, look, Mead Schaefer was hanging out with Norman Rockwell, and look at the crossover here with this work. And I actually live on the same street as the Charles Dana Gibson house, which
Hmm.
Charles Dana Gibson, as you know, the Gibson girl and all of that, the famous stuff. His grandfather had the same name, and Charles Dana Gibson's sister was the model for the Gibson girl, and she inherited the house and lived on my block. That's how crazy it
Wow.
is in New England, right? It's nuts. And so I was talking to him about this, and I said, "You see, Eric, the coolest thing about Comicsgate and the coolest thing in the world is it's not just about having work friends. It's about
Yeah.
having art friends, which and art
Absolutely. Right.
friends,
It's a
they will
whole
make you
different. it's a whole different ball game. It's true, because it's like this is a creative endeavor, and again, doing the things that I guess in general. I mean, right now we're not going to get them outside of doing them ourselves, and there's a power in that also, and then also having a backup of Comicsgate. It's I'm blown away by it, and also doing videos, becoming I guess a YouTuber. You know, I'm enjoying it, man. And I wasn't sure if I would. I am. And it's also, you start to become a little more conscious about why you love these things, why you love comics, why you love that story and this and that. And you go through it and you cannot help but have a little commentary on it. And again, you start to become a little more conscious of these things. And I think you become a better artist for it as well. You know, being part of this. You know, you're on the clock, you're being challenged by, I guess, your fellow Comicsgate Kings, which is awesome. It's like, okay, this week we're drawing this. Okay, dive in, try to do the best thing that you can within that very limited time, and it's fun. And again, the camaraderie is something that I I didn't have. I just didn't have it, and I didn't know if I missed it around because I'm so used to being alone. But I do enjoy it, and thanks for thanks for inviting me here. Also, I'd like to have you on. I don't know how to go about it. Maybe if you could tell me one day. I just don't know how to send links for it.
That would be the blind leading the blind. I'll do my best. I might have to have my buddy who's worked in animation for decades and is just a terrific guy. I got him YouTubing. He got Ecamm, and he now knows it better than me. Like, he's one of those people, man. You know,
That's right. That's right.
And
it took me a while to, sorry, the share screen thing. I felt retarded. I was like, what am I? How am I going to do this? I'm like, so I figured it out eventually. You know, the videos. I still don't know how to hear the video sound when I play it for the audience. I still don't hear it on my end. I guess I can wear headphones, even though I don't really care for that. Oh, also one thing. There's It's funny. My computer, I had to reboot it and all that stuff, and it's all clean now. It's basically it's a lot more space, but I lost this component of color, the hi-fi color, Brian Miller, who I think I had a run with it years ago. I criticized Burn, and he was a Burn guy and whatever, but I don't know how to put those things back into my Photoshop. I got to figure it out on my own. I just don't know.
Oh yeah,
the hi-fi. You got to put it in some folders and something, and it comes up in Photoshop. I don't know. And I'm also thinking about maybe trying the iPad for color. How do you color, Shanth? How do you color?
I color in Photoshop.
I know you paint.
Yeah.
So Photoshop with a pen or with the mouse?
I use a trackpad.
Okay, so the trackpad, meaning it's
the
like
laptop trackpad
with a pen on there.
Nope.
With your fingers.
Finger paint, yeah.
And have you tried the pen? And
I don't understand it.
So the fingers work for you?
Yes. It's
I have to consider that, man.
It freaks everybody out who I tell this to, but it is, guys, I'm gonna apologize to the chat's all laughing. The people in the chat who know this.
No. I mean, that sounds interesting as hell, because it's like something that I think I can maybe understand. There's something about that direct connection also.
It's the direct connection. It's the laptop is the pen. So for me, when I use a pen, I feel like I'm putting a pen on a pen to draw. If that may sound crazy,
a trackpad, you can order a trackpad. Let's say if my Mac has a trackpad, you order it, right? And then
mine's just on the laptop. It's just a Mac laptop trackpad. There's no import. I just touch the computer. It's dark. Yeah, I do, but I'm not listening.
I mean, clearly it works. I mean, it looks great.
So, and I do use one. This is the craziest, guys. It's if I break out acrylics, and you give me a canvas, you give me a wall. Like I went to the college I was teaching at. I got sick of seeing graffiti on the bathroom walls that was shit. So I painted a Rembrandt and a Vermeer on the bathroom wall when nobody was looking.
Wow.
So I was just, and so
that's awesome.
I'll
bring some beauty onto that wall.
Yeah, because I just thought, raise your game. Just
Absolutely.
raise your games. Like I did a what's it called? I did a Da
Someone
Vinci.
says you're a one-track pony.
Yeah, I'm absolutely a one-track hog is what I was gonna say.
Hilarious. So you
Yeah, a
use your
trackpad.
fingers to color your art
Yeah,
in the comics. That's interesting, man. That's an
I
interesting thing.
do like I do I concept arted did concept art doing that. I do video
Mm.
editing. I do it's it's the I here's the thing. No one ever told me you couldn't do it. And
Right,
I
right,
mean,
right, right,
it's
right.
not like these things didn't exist when I started doing it. Like I tried out a
Right.
Wacom tablet and all that stuff. Oh my
Yeah, yeah,
gosh.
yeah.
So Barb Rogers, Miss Solar
And it
Jared
didn't work
gifted
for you.
one. So it didn't gifted one Shaun the Jetty art membership. So I got to play a cheerleader for her real quick, and I'm gonna come back and I can tell
Yeah.
you more about my insanity.
Charge!
Just one thing, Shanth.
Oh
I
my,
used the mouse.
yeah,
I used the mouse for a while, and I remember
yeah,
Dave Stewart talking about it. I don't know if it was on video or one of the books. And I love Dave Stewart. I think he's a fantastic, colorist. But he said something along the lines of, "Once you learn on the pen, the mouse
yeah,
feels like a potato, like a big fat potato. That's so
yep.
awkward to color."
It is, yeah,
And so, but I never got used with the pen. I think I tried it, and I do it on on the Procreate sometimes just to mess around. I mean, I like Procreate. I know I can make more of it, but I'm still, I guess, quote unquote old school. I love the physicality
yeah.
of it all on paper. I just do, but I do want to mess around with it sometimes. But coloring, maybe this is an opportunity for me to maybe step away from doing the way I've been doing it with that mouse, and maybe consider maybe a trackpad or maybe the pen. I mean, we'll see, man.
Well, it
That
also
would be
is. It's
interesting.
also the brush too. Like there's a brush that comes with Photoshop. It's the legacy set of brushes. I always load them whenever they give me a new Photoshop, and it's this
Yeah.
one brush I love that it's got pseudo predictable dynamics, but it also
Mm.
breaks in interesting ways, and I can cover a lot of ground with it.
What's the name
It
of it?
goes up to size 300, and I can scribble with it. It's great.
I used the Kniff on the Procreate. I have this rusty nib something. I think they
Yeah,
it's a Kniff, and Kniff. If you look at the way
yeah,
he inked drapery and clothing and pant, I mean that guy,
yeah.
in hands
Crazy.
down. I don't know if anyone did it better in terms of
Yeah,
the clothing and the wrinkles and the shadows, the black
yeah,
rich shadows. They did fantastic. And faces. I think Romita went in terms of ideal, beautiful faces for men and women.
yeah,
And but everyone has their own thing. But anyway, let's get back to what you were saying before about the what you were doing in terms of the trackpad and
yeah.
what happened.
Like
One day you said, you know what? I mean,
I was doing a lot of demos and critiques for students, and I could never rely on any of the technology to work. So I just
yeah.
started doing stuff on trackpads. And how do I put it? Okay, I'll show you an example if I can find this of my some of my full tilt crazy.
Please.
So I'm doing a kind of a deconstruction slash what's the word I'm looking for? Well, it's a direct shot at feminism and socialism and all of that
Mm.
stuff, because the stuff is of what it's rooted in, particularly with Mary Wollstonecraft, whose name they shoehorned into Mary
Oh yeah.
Shelley's name,
It's
and
all
she was, of course, yeah,
it's communist. It's basically women communists, the feminists. You got the black
yeah,
communists, the BLM, LGBT is gay communists. It's
yep,
all of one piece. It all is.
yeah. And
Um,
she was such a girly girl, right? And she Mary Shelley herself, and she had a very particular life, and she actually lived her life in opposition to her mom, but revisionists have tried to recast her as the first feminist, Mary Wollstonecraft as the
mhm,
first feminist, and then making her daughter about that legacy. And it couldn't be further from the truth. But the
right.
thing that's so interesting is that I made a decision that I wanted to create a documentary series, which I'm still working on, but uh, this is the madness of whatever it is. As my friends like to say, Shanti, you have a beautiful mind. Now, like red string, but
That's right.
I've read all of Mary Shelley's journal entries that I could get my hands on. So I read her reading lists every single day. I read
Very cool.
like it's gut-wrenching stuff sometimes when she's talking about
Down
like
the rabbit hole. Yeah.
losing a baby and
Oh
stuff
yeah.
like that. But she knew her mother was only alive for 10 days of her life, and she never knew her. Her
Hmm.
father very much raised her. And so I've seen all this artwork of Mary Shelley, and I thought, I'm going to grab some of these canvases, and I'm going to take paintings that we know to be her. She had lighter colored hair, light brown hair, particular chin of her father's, these deep set eyes. And I'm going to do a painting. The famous painting everybody sees of Mary Shelley was done after she died by an artist who knew her, but it's crazy. She was 5'6", I think. Like, so I'm looking at her height and shoulder height.
Yeah.
So I went in and started taking these paintings when she was 14 and finding like various things like that were watercolors of her. So I could see her recessed chin, her deep set eyes, and I tried trying to paint and whoops, let me put this underneath us, deconstruct her because I wanted to turn her into a human from a feminist
You
plaster
did this?
saint. Yes. Yeah. So this
Excellent.
is
Now you did this with the trackpad?
yes,
I
I
mean, I
did this
gotta
one.
no, because I'm like, God damn it. You must have
Yeah.
some. I mean, the detail. How do you do that? Do you just bring it way up to the screen and then do that,
I
or what?
guess. Yeah.
Wow, that's
I
impressive,
mean,
man. That's
I don't know how to explain it. All I can say is if I don't typically do it on stream, but
yeah.
I mean, I could show people the process, and it's not nearly well,
I'm
I
very
don't know.
curious, man. Like,
So let me show you one of the things. It's going to change your life. It's a secret to everything I do. It's called HD Trains, okay? And now, if you're tired of the same mainline railroading, and you're a special man, like I remember this guy in college, this guy named Mike Rousseau. If you're out there watching, hey Mike. And he came over to me one time when I was deconstructing something, and he petted me on the head condescendingly, which is very like him. And he said, "It must be fun in there." And I go, "God damn!" I looked over at my friends and I went, "I've never met someone who was wrong about everything." I said,
hilarious.
it's non-stop. So I'm looking at, like right now, I'll give you an example, right? Vasilis is a really good example. He's a very singular artist. And
Yeah,
I want to do a
really
trailer
is.
or a video for his stuff, right? But
Yeah,
just like you with Pigman, I had to
yeah,
watch it and watch it and watch
yeah.
it and look at it and listen and do all this stuff. And then once I have it, funny enough, that's what it felt like when I looked at John Springball. It was like
Absolutely, that's awesome.
he was absorbing it and then he was
Yeah,
ready to execute and he went into the zone. And so
yeah,
for
absolutely
me,
did.
uh Mary Shelley's mom is a terrible charlatan, and I didn't like her, and I made myself research her until I could see her as a human being, which was a very
Mm,
difficult thing to do because she cheered
yeah,
on the
yeah, yeah.
French Revolution and
That's right.
the Reign of Terror, and then she ran for it and used her body to get out of that, and then God knows what she put her first daughter through,
Mm,
who ended her life, shall we say, with an overdose in her 20s, late 20s. She left wreckage everywhere she went. And her last grift was to get uh, God Godwin. I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. Uh,
Frank Godwin.
William Godwin, who was
I mean, that's a
her.
totally different thing. Frank Godwin made the adaptation to the comic strip for the Fountainhead that
Yes,
Ayn
yes,
Rand
yes.
actually wrote. Ayn Rand wrote,
Oh
and I didn't
man,
really care for the finished style that he had for the characters, but
yeah.
that's another story. Go on.
Yeah. So her father was her last play where she goes, I'm getting up in years. I'm not young anymore. The socialists are done passing me around essentially as the party
Mm,
girl. And she was decided she was going to get pregnant and trap this guy and say, I'm a widow. This daughter of mine is totally legitimate, even though she was illegitimate. Lied her way into a marriage, and only when they were getting married did he find out she had lied. And then she had of their marriage to be a future, were hipster marriage. They had two separate houses they lived in on the same block. So she didn't even want to share a house with this dude.
mm.
And then, of all the things, her grift backfired, and she died delivering her daughter 10 days after. And so
God,
this kind of
that's
craven
amazing.
opportunist who left a trail of death and wreckage, who is being held up as this great sort of saint, She, and by the way, guys, please check out all of these Comicsgate books and comics right there. Vasilis Lobos' t-shirts. Check these things out. And check out
Appreciate that.
Pigman as well. But she,
Thank you.
her last play backfired, and it created this genius who couldn't be less like her. And no one would, if you got to know her, and some people who've read the biography, this woman wrote an incredible biography on Mary Wollstonecraft, and people who read, this is a non-feminist historian, so this is an actual historian, a British historian who did her research, and she goes, there's no way you can read this and not find her a pathetic, selfish, disastrous person with some skills, but by no means, you know. No, this isn't the Helen Keller story, although honestly, Helen Keller had more perception than Mary Wollstonecraft. But it was just a fascinating thing for me. So when I deep dive into it, I always say, when I pursue a subject with the aim of destroying what's behind it or underneath it, I like to make it a one shot and done kind of thing. And so, yeah, I want to expose the origins of feminism in a man who created it, because
that's amazing, man. I mean, think about that, you know?
Yeah, a man created, do you know why he created it, which is even funnier? They realized that they couldn't get a majority of men to vote for these cravenly, backwards, selfish ideas, so they wanted to give women the right to vote, but before they did, they wanted to tie feminism, a socialist ideology, it was designed as socialist, to get them to view voting with being socialist.
And also count on the emotionalism a little more than men. That's just a fact.
Yeah, they had more contempt than we can imagine.
Yeah, and use it, exploit it, and I guess it worked. I mean, it's pretty dirty, but it's pretty interesting also.
Yeah, and you're welcome, Art of Dominique. Yeah, it's shocking because Mary Shelley is a brilliant person. The other thing they did, and this was my favorite thing I've uncovered in doing, and it's right there. It's right there. Is they question Mary Shelley's authorship of Frankenstein. Why? Because and I hate even saying him this way because it's so embarrassing because it's such a thing. But a gay historian, and I don't mean a historian who was gay. It's an amateur historian who, that's his claim to fame, said, not only did she not write it, but Percy Shelley was gay. Like, his leaps of logic are ridiculous, right? So here's the funny part. He said that when Mary Shelley says she's writing or she's working, it's because she's transcribing. She didn't write it. She transcribed it. Well, here's the problem, Bosch. I have tons of examples of Mary Shelley's handwriting, and it was diabolical.
Wow.
So she couldn't have transcribed anything because her handwriting, she connected L's to Y's.
No one could read it, basically. She
couldn't read it.
Yeah, she knew.
Who transcribed this for you? Stevie Wonder.
It's like... hilarious. And maybe even she was like, what did I write? You know?
Yeah. You wouldn't know what you had written. So yeah, as I uncover all this stuff with the handwriting, it's really fun, and it just shows how lazy these people are because the books are written. The proper history books are there before the revisionism. And she wrote Frankenstein. That's right. The only things Percy Shelley, again, according to another legit woman historian, the only thing that he did, he added flowery language like he did in everything. Her shit was brutal like her letters. It was rough, you know? And, yeah, good stuff.
Mean, it lasts also. I mean, it was a very, evocative story, clearly. And then also the movie version, with, that's just, to me, that's so iconic, that look that he made Karloff with. Was it Jack White or
Jack Pierce? Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Pierce.
Jack Pierce is a legend.
Pierce. Jack White. What the hell? Jack Pierce. And he also didn't he do the Wolfman also?
Yes, he did. He did the Wolfman. He even did the Werewolf of London, but he was kind of hemmed because the actor wanted. Right. But the Werewolf of London inspired Wolverine. For God's sake! I mean, it's like so, that beautiful, with Widow's Peak and all that stuff.
You're right.
So great, man.
But his with Lon Chaney Jr., that look was fantastic, man. With the nose and the snout, to me, that was the key. They had to have it like that. It had to, or else it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Well, there was something recently,
about all this stuff. Is someone in the chat was saying, Art of Dominique was saying, I'm afraid to look all this stuff up. So on the Gutenberg project, you can get a PDF of the I believe it's called, there's several volumes of it, The Letters of Mary Shelley. I tell people this. The letters are out there. If you want to know what Mary Shelley thought she was about, she kept a
Yes.
daily diary of what she was
Mm.
reading, what she was doing, and that's the stuff I'm going to explore. And someone says, "How do you know all this?" I go, "It's written down." Like, you want to know what Ayn Rand thought? Like, here's my favorite question to ask somebody. And you watched the Donahue thing, so you probably know
Yes.
about this, or maybe you forgot. What was Ayn Rand's favorite television show?
It was Charlie's Angels, wasn't it? And she
Charlie's
says, I love those
Angels.
girls. Yeah, it's hilarious. You know,
She's like,
you got
they're
this, you got this
exceptional. They're
Venus, you got this
strong.
philosopher.
Isn't that awesome?
It's so funny. It is. And she loved TV. I mean, she loved TV,
She
which
did.
is pretty wild. You know, and I don't know. I read about, I mean, I read first of all their novels, all their nonfiction, all the articles. And then I read also the early Ayn Rand, which was cool. It came a number of years later. You found out those 2 scenes from the Fountainhead that were cut with the early love interest, and also what was it? Some of the other ones were really good. Think Twice, you know, some of those plays.
Yeah.
I mean, fantastic stuff, man. The night of January 6th, the night of January 16th, I think that's what it was. Great stuff. Yeah, so she was else, man. And again, she loved TV. She loved these, as she put it, I love those girls, you know. It's just hilarious.
Yeah.
So
she
funny.
She was like, this is the thing about it too. I'm very opposed to the dehumanizing in the plaster saint sense. Like, there was like, people talk about C.S. Lewis all the time, and they go, well, C.S. Lewis, you know, he was just this intolerant or whatever. C.S. Lewis had 2 sons from his marriage that he adopted and raised. One of them was Douglas, and the other was David Gresham. And David decided that I believe it was David, wanted to be raised in his father's religion, and his father was Jewish. And C.S. Lewis knew nothing about this, like what exactly to do. So he went and he found a kosher baker and a kosher foods. Like, he helped this kid follow the faith of his choosing. And you will never hear this stuff when people are talking about C.S. Lewis as this, you know, firebrand in transit. Like, because it serves them to dehumanize him.
Absolutely,
you know?
it does.
And it's
They did the
nuts.
same thing with Rand. I mean,
Yep.
Rand, you know, from what I understand, I mean, you know, she was a genius. She was all that, but she was also a sweetheart, you know, from what I gather
was a
from her
sweetheart.
friends, from her, and brutal at times. Yes, also, I
Sure.
get it. I mean, that's life, but she ran really hot and high
She
and
did.
low. And you could tell in the nature of her work that the drama of her work, to me, it's second to none. It's the, again, and also to take these ideas, mediocrity, greatness, and have them clash, individualism, collectivism, and the way she does it. I don't know. I mean, the Fountainhead in particular, that just, to me, that's the one I've read more than any book ever. You know, it's that damn good.
For me, I love the Fountainhead. I love the Fountainhead, and it's both beautiful and heartbreaking in so many ways.
Oh yeah,
And I
big
think
time.
Atlas
Gail
Shrugged, to me,
Winans, I mean, that character.
here's my best answer. I prefer Atlas Shrugged. Now, a lot of people say to me, Sean, what is it about Atlas? So anyway, look, I'm not saying, I'm just saying I'm special, Bosch, and you can take that where it goes.
Look,
I'm
man,
touched,
look.
Bosch.
When I'm rereading Atlas Shrugged, I'm like, this is the most epic novel I've ever read, and that's what it comes down to. It's the most epic. These are human beings who are, they have their super minds. That's what they are.
Yes.
They are like the Justice League and Avengers rolled into one, but also just a human mind, being the best they possibly can be. And then it's a war, though, against the enemies of that. So when I'm reading that, but then I'm like, the Fountainhead, it's not just because it was the first one I read. It's just that it's something about not the simpleness. It's like individualism versus collectivism, and Atlas Shrugged just takes that to a whole wider global level. So I think that's the battle that she fought her entire life. Individualism.
It's far more didactic. Atlas Shrugged is just.
It is.
Atlas Shrugged is like a late Kurosawa film, like Ron. There's
You
no
have a
Seven Samurai.
50-page speech in there And
Yes.
I've read that and reread it, and I can
I
read
did too.
with no problem. I know people are like,
I know.
how? It's like, I
Yeah.
gave up. I said, you gave up. I get offended by that. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You have missed out.
I
It's
listen to it
that,
every now and again. Yeah.
yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I get found it. I could say 20 times.
Yeah.
I probably reread it, and the last time I read it, it was for a very specific purpose. So I was reading it closer than I ever did, and
Yeah.
you cannot help. It's not that there were new things. It's that you discover new things as an older person. It's like,
Yeah.
whoa, okay, man, I never quite caught that moment as I do now, and so on. But the Winan character is just he's an incredible character, man. I love Winan. I think he's a great character, and he's a tragic one too.
Yeah,
But
he's
we could talk about that.
complicated, man.
I mean,
You
it's
know?
unbelievable,
Yeah.
and the way he speaks with work and the way they go about it when he comes to him and says, "You're just like a sleazy publisher,"
Yeah.
and he's like, but he said, "But don't give up." Yeah, that's all true, but don't give up. And anyway, I don't want to ruin it for anyone, but that's the one to me. And then of course, I will read Atlas Shrugged. I'm like, holy shit, this is a whole different expanded universe here. Is really what it is. I mean, Rourke is in that universe and just don't see him in there, but he's in that universe. He's in that gulch.
What this to get Ayn Rand and what people don't get is to understand what she meant in terms of currency and value. And that's the heartbreaking thing about the Donahue interview that I think people should see. When he says, "How are you doing? You lost your husband recently," and she goes, not well." So she goes, "I lost my number one value, the thing I hold above all other things,
Yep.
is this man." And he tried to and he was not. I will say, she enjoyed it, and I trust her to say she knew what he was doing. She was
Yeah.
she was having a good time, but what he
Right. He
said,
wasn't hostile. He
wasn't
was maybe
hostile.
the audience at times.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. He was a more of
Yep.
a real liberal, like an older liberal type thing, who would accept Rand. Yeah, be challenger at times, but also get stumped by her. He's like, "Fuck, she had a perfect answer, a perfect,
What is it like?
and he had to respect it.
Yeah. And she and the way she just said, what did he say? He goes, "You think I do whatever?" She's like, "You do okay." Like she's the kind of person, and this is the stuff I like. Is I don't know what people imagine happens when I'm teaching painting to anybody at all, but it's so much muscle memory, and it's so much about, are you breathing? Feel the viscosity of the paint. Everything that's going to happen good in your painting happens on the palette. So pay attention to the palette, and then when you go to place it. And it's there's an athleticism to it. And when I watch Ayn Rand, she has that similar intellectual athleticism that's operating on a level of watching a Michael Jordan.
Absolutely.
It's what it
Wow.
is.
That's really well put, because when Jordan played, it was a work of art. I got choked
Yeah.
up. I'm like, this guy is so at the peak of who he is. He's not letting anything down. And also he used to, as someone put it, he used to never look at the score, because he wants to act like they're 20 down. You know what I mean? Like they're down by 20. So he makes that extra effort. It's a psychological thing that he needs, I guess, at times. But he was that damn good. You knew that he was working at the optimum level of who he was at his peak. And Ayn Rand was doing that as well, intellectually. You could tell, she was just so damn sharp and so smart. And she was in a field where it's dominated by men, philosophy, dominated. I remember this one picture of her with like 20 different men at a big round table. And she was the only woman there. And as one guy put it, he was like, she walked in there, like, give me that, It's like, to take her spot in there. And they all respected her. And someone actually referred to her, they called her the greatest man in America. She was like, wow, what a compliment, That's hilarious. Because they acknowledged her as a complete equal. She wasn't a good, woman philosopher. She wasn't a good female philosopher. She was a great philosopher. She was a great novelist. And that's why I think she transcended, and that's why the feminists don't talk about her at all. First of all, she was one of the greatest battlers of socialism and communism and collectivism. She was the greatest fighter against it intellectually, and they can't forgive her for that because it's like, damn, you make it hard for us to sell what we're trying to sell. Rand really made, and there's something also in terms of she made it very sexy to understand philosophy and her way of thinking. She made it very interesting and very attractive. Whereas before, people like philosophy, that's for a whole different subject. No, it's for everyone. It really is. And she made it very accessible. By the way, she didn't overwrite. She didn't try to show off her intellectuality either. Very communicable language, very direct, very clear that anyone can follow. So that was also a big deal, I think, of her, connecting with readers, keeping it very simple, very direct and clear. That was so important, man.
And excellence has always scared the children of socialism, which is to say,
and when it's
feminism,
obviously excellent, also meaning they could recognize, like, fuck, she's great. God damn it.
People,
and she's not on our side, she's great, and she's not on our side.
We're in one of the weirdest times, I think. It's not the weirdest times. By God, you look at enough history, and like, okay, it's not that weird. But we're in a time that I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity right now because nobody is actually using facts at all in their arguments. So when someone says, to me, it's the same thing when I'd ask my students what's Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States. It's the same thing with, do you know who coined the term feminism? And do you know that he said this is a socialist thing? So that you can tell me you've decided it's something different, but you can't take away what the thing was intended. Do you know it was a man who invented this, by the by? Do you know, like, the second you start doing that stuff, people kind of come apart. And,
they do.
But if we don't look that stuff up, we actually talk to them. We surrender the ground of reason when we start 100%. The debate. And I go, my favorite, I used to try to make my students question things. And a student said, "Don't you think that work is misogynist?" And I said, "Well, what do you mean by misogynist?" And they said, "Well, it hates women. Like, when you show these women as sexy, it shows that you hate them." And I said, "Let me ask you a question." I said, let me throw this. I want you to picture a vision. You come over to my house. You meet my wife. You meet my kids. You come into my living room. And on the walls, in oil paintings, on every single wall, almost covering the walls, are paintings of naked men, oiled up, glistening in the sun. And you're looking around the room, and you look at my wife and kids, and you look at me, and the first thought out of your mind is, man, this guy hates men.
That's right.
Is that the first thought you have? Or is the first thought you have, this guy likes men? This guy is gay.
Absolutely right.
You are not having the thought, what
it's so funny.
Logic?
It's such a strange thing, a reaction also. It really is. You're right. That's an interesting way of putting it. That's exactly right.
Can you see this behind me, Bosch? I hate action figures. You can tell I hate them because they surround me. You fucking
Let me show you
maniacs. Yeah, please do. Please do.
I made this
drawing. Jesus, John. Amen.
I made this drawing of. I made this
beautiful.
And it's this is a canvas version. And I made her turn left because she's facing down the left. Unlike today's objectivists, a lot of them have given up. You
captured her perfectly, too.
Thanks, man. I was looking at some photos. I say, you know what? I'm going to stylize it. I'm going to make it, but it's basically I'm trying to catch her, just the strength of it, and also facing down the left. Facing down the left, to me, that was a big deal for her, and it's not the big deal with some objectivists today, especially those in charge of some of the institutions. And that's a core battle. You look at the villains in Fountainhead, Alistar. What are they? They're socialists. They're not right-wing guys. They're socialists. These guys are leftists. That's not by accident. They are collectivists. And Ayn Rand understood the battle, and she just she fought it better than anyone. I mean, hands down, intellectually, to the point where I think she will. I hope that her work continues to be spread out there far and wide because
Yeah.
it's something else to be. And you said something before in terms of the knowledge, like even National Socialism, right? That word is never
Yeah.
used. The left will never use that
They
term. They
won't use
always
it.
use
Of course not.
always use Nazism, and when you use it, they have no recourse. Like it's right wing socialism. It's like it's what?
Yep.
It's right wing. So it's right wing socialism, right wing leftism. Is that what you're saying? And
Yeah.
I love using that phrase. I always use it. And also, they say, well, communists and Nazis hate each other. I said, no, no, no. They were like the Sunnis and Shiites. They also hate each other, but they're brothers and sisters. They're the same. The same thing with the Nazis and the communists. And they were allies for a while until they weren't. The same thing with the
Well,
Shiites and Sunnis.
well, and here's the thing too. Like, I think it's all about having a better way of cutting things too. Like Art of Dominic, you said a woman's power is her femininity
Yeah.
and her beauty. Here's a meaner way of putting that, and this is what I've been telling people. I go, femininity is to feminism what masculinity is to masochism.
Mm. I
That's
mean, it's true. They want nothing to do with it. And,
But think about that for a
beauty.
minute. They
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah, yeah.
nothing to do with each other.
No,
Do you get what I mean? Like
no.
zero,
And then you have
zero
Rand,
to
who
do
was
with
not
each
the most
other.
attractive woman, but she was in a picture with a whole crew of the young intellectuals, and there were younger
Yeah.
women in there. That she was still the most attractive woman in that picture. I remember because
She
she
wasn't
exuded.
struggling.
No, I mean she exuded strength. It was something
Yeah.
about it came through more strongly than the women around her, and she
Yeah.
was the center of attention as well. But she was just to me, it's so funny. I was raised Muslim by an ideology that hates women and that hates Jews in particular. They
Yeah.
have a special hatred for Jews. And then I follow the philosophy of a woman with a Jewish background who's a woman. It's just funny to me.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that to my cousins. They're like, so you sold out. I said, yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. I sold out. It's just hilarious to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird one. It's all of this stuff is so funny because if you're an American and if you believe in meritocracy, like it's almost like someone says, "Hey, you need this heart surgeon. We're gonna have the best surgeon operate on you." If you're the kind of like you're a threat to yourself, if you're the kind of person who's like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need to know their background, ethnically, religiously, sexual orientation. It's like, like, are you fucking crazy? And
Yeah.
that is exactly how they break people up. That
It,
is
it, it
their
is.
that is their goal.
It
Like I
is
tell people,
society,
yeah,
themselves, their relationships with others. Everything is transactional. It's
yeah,
really dangerous stuff, man. It dehumanizes everyone and themselves
it
first.
does.
They
Yeah,
dehumanize themselves and then others. And again, the individualism that ran was, she said something. How she put it once? She goes, "It's like this fire." The name that it covers is individualism, and it was Sharon Glass who did the voiceover for that one film, which was really well
yeah,
done. By the way, I was in New York City at that time, and I watched it.
yeah,
It was the first airing of it. Ayn Rand's Sense of Life. That's what it was. Well
yeah,
done. The nice music, though, it was a good breakdown of Rand and who she was. And then you got these other books, very salacious, some of them. But I read the bulk of them. I wanted to know,
yeah,
and I regretted knowing certain things. To be honest, I was like, fuck. But it didn't stop me from appreciating her work nonetheless. Because it's like Bruce Lee. I read that last biography of him, and he was a real womanizer, and I didn't know that. I assumed, and I was like, damn,
yeah,
that sucks. I thought he was a
yeah,
married guy and doing his own thing, but he did take advantage of his position. And still, you make peace with it. Say,
yeah,
oh, all right, that's fucked up, but the guy was still a great martial
yeah.
artist. And
It's I gotta
Return. Wait,
say, yeah,
Return of the Dragon was that the one where
yep,
that he? I love that one. I think it's
yep,
hilarious, generally
yep,
funny, and a
yep,
great fight scene. And he wrote it, directed it, made the
yep,
music. That was really him. That entire movie.
yes.
It's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, I think that it's like it's the strangest thing in the world, but I every day I wake up like when people see me laughing and cracking up and I'm like I have a great time, man. And I wake up every day with such like excitement and enthusiasm when I go to my desk to work. And it doesn't it certainly doesn't mean I haven't seen horrific stuff. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
like I have. Like, it's just a fact of life. But it's what is a very fascinating thing that all of these people that have inspired me and have led me to think about is if you get to the core foundation of nihilism, right? It's romantic, which is to
Mm.
think that everything is awful and everything is such a indulgent thing to believe. And once you get down there, if the craziest thing is if you turn around, you actually start realizing how not how shocking and horrifying and meaningless it seems that bad things happen sometimes, but you find it equally shocking, horrifying, and what on earth did I do to deserve this? Guys, Springball has a new John Malin cover, by the way, on that lineup. That's the stuff that shocks you, and all of it is a
Absolutely right.
miracle. You have a
It's so
guy.
funny.
This is the thing that drives me crazy. I'm an academic. I'm driving 90 miles up. I'm teaching, and my whole world's falling apart. And there's this guy in Canada, and I try not to be. I'm kidding, Canadians. I love you. You know, Stephen Rockwood. I love you, baby. But it's like, but I go, this Canadian guy from the sticks, kind of like me, funny enough, but in America, is this professor. He's worked at all of these institutions. He's saying there's something seriously wrong going on in academia. Seriously, of course, I love Dale. You know that, Eric. And Dale Keown, of course, we love Dale. But this is the thing that's crazy, and Todd McFarlane for that matter. But
That's right.
I go, what are the
Fuck.
chances that the guy who illustrated his big book, 12 Rules for Life, is Ethan Van Sciver? What are
Right.
the
That's
chances?
hilarious. Yeah.
And and so I'm watching a guy. I have one guy I'm listening to like keep me sane at work, and another guy I come home and listen to make me laugh after a long day of work. And they've collaborated.
That's
That is
incredible.
like getting hit by two bolts of lightning at the same time.
You're right, and and in terms of the nihilism thing, I mean, not that we subscribe to that. I mean, some people do. They're just destructive
Yeah,
people. That you know, but yeah, life can be. It can hit you like
yeah,
you haven't seen it coming, and it
yeah,
has with me, with everyone.
yeah,
But again, it's always worth living. It's always worth experiencing. It's always something, and that's why I just when people think there's nothing good left and they take themselves out, that's a lie. It's a lie, and it's an
yeah,
emotional one that they make themselves believe it can never be better than this. That's just a complete lie, and I
yeah,
hope I don't know. I just you can't get people out of that mindset, but once they're committed to it, I think they actually they believe it that it cannot get better than this. That's just a lie. It's a lie that people
yeah,
tell themselves for whatever reason. But yeah, it's just not
yeah,
nothing's over.
yeah,
Nothing's can never be better. That's a complete lie that people tell them at the weakest points in their lives. And unfortunately, there's no one around them to snap them out of it.
yeah,
That's just what happens. No one gives a damn enough. I guess they don't recognize it. But yeah, there's always something around the corner. It's always something. I think Rand said something about O. Henry. Like
yeah,
the virtue of him was that his stories were always that interesting thing around the corner, something bold, something grand, something great. It's like that little juice of life, that little extra, and that's what I think great stories do. Also, they make you like they inspire you to tell your own stories. I mean, the writers that I
yeah,
love. I mean, Rand. But you
yeah,
don't want to also be your favorites. Meaning, I'm not going to
yeah,
read the fountain and say, okay, I have to make a story about an architect. And it's like, no, that's not the case. I know some people who do that type of thing. They only draw
yeah,
like architects. It's like, that's okay, guys, but that's Rand's thing. It was only for the point of the story, to make a
yeah,
builder. I mean, but you can make your own thing. And that's, you take the principles. I think Alex Toad said something like, learn the basics, learn the principles, and then go forth and be yourself,
yeah.
your own values, express them in your own way. We can go on here. Sorry, man. I don't want to keep you either, Shanth. It is getting late, but but thanks for having me. And just it was really
Yeah, man.
it's just great to see that cover, man. It's fantastic, man. You
It's
know,
yet another thing, and these are the ones I gotta close with just this in general. By the way,
yeah.
I never get tired, and it's terrifying. It really is like I tell people just don't. No one should. This is a terrible strategy for living. But again, I thought I'd be dead by now. I just but here's the big thing is So I
sleep
come
is a waste of
into
time, man. Sleep is a waste of time.
it is
James Dean said
total
that.
waste of
So
time. Thank you. So
sleep is a
here's
waste
the
of time.
biggest case I could give you guys for just happenstance beyond my understanding. So I did my first professional job I did when I was 17 years old was an indie comic book called Threshers by First Light Publication. It was a very niche book at the end of the 90s boom. The cover was illustrated by Andy Smith. It was one of his early
Wow,
jobs. It was bought in a BP gas station in the
amazing.
South by Shane Davis. Okay. When I was growing up in Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, for the few sort of somewhat happy years of my childhood in that particular sense, uh, there was a newspaper boy who delivered on my block who lived 2 blocks over when I was 5. His name was Dan Lawless, and he delivered newspapers to my house.
Crazy, man.
It's it,
That's
it's
crazy.
one thing after another, and it
That's
starts to
amazing.
creep me out.
I
You know?
know, I know. Look, I mean, I can't discuss certain things, but those things have happened in my life where I'm like,
Yeah.
are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
Like someone I
Yes.
met or someone I was like in such a roundabout way something happened and then it becomes the most important thing in my life. And it's like,
Yeah.
wow. But I can't, I have this thing where I would love to talk about things that, sometimes I see you guys talk about. I just
Yeah.
can't. But it's an amazing thing, this life, this thing of ours, But
Yes,
it's an
it is.
amazing thing. It really is. And also, again, being not a creative. I hate
Yeah.
that. I'm a creative. I can't stand that. I got some creatives. Being an artist,
Yeah.
I think it just I think tend to appreciate a little more sometimes certain things, certain ways.
Yeah.
I'm rambling, man, but thanks for having me here. I did a stream earlier
Listen,
about the
man.
Hobgoblin because I drew him last week, and I said, let me go
Yeah.
through the comics. I've been going through them. It's fun. It's just really, really fun.
Yeah, I love those streams, guys. If you have not checked out Bosch's channel, and let me say this too, I am often, and you guys are bad because you type in @ and then start typing letters in. I like to what is it? One of my favorite comic artists say, I like to Clark Kent every now and again. So I'm often watching Bosch's show, but I don't, and I accidentally say hi sometimes, and then people go, hey, and I'm
Hilarious.
like, ah, crap. But I love watching those streams. So if you're not subscribed to Bosch, please be subscribed,
Thanks,
guys.
man.
We have 594 people watching here. And so I
That's
want to thank
fantastic,
John
man.
Malin again
That's awesome.
today for coming in here and blowing up this stream, and for Ethan and everybody in Comicsgate and Shane Davis and Mandy Summers and all of the Eric Weathers. And I could just go on and on listing people who have just really opened doors. And it's been, guys, it's been since 2018. I'm not someone who's just like, oh man, you're all wide out. I'm like, guys, I'm almost fit. My kids are gonna be 20 in October. Okay, it's a different thing.
I was
Being
lurking back
around,
then. I was lurking
yeah,
in your boy Zach's
yeah.
comments. I was commenting and also Ethan's. It's amazing to me that I never even thought about, is this a possibility to be connected here? I just
Neither
didn't.
did I.
I'm just doing my
But
own
you
thing. That's
guys,
it.
they're here. You guys are all here because you love comics, you love art, and we
Yeah,
benefit tremendously from this audience that has been
absolutely.
built by all of the folks who have built these incredible channels based on their talent, their skill, and we appreciate them, and we appreciate
Big
all of
time.
you guys for being here, because it really is kind of a amazing thing for me that I never thought I experience in my life. And so
Yeah,
thank you guys for being here, and thank you, Bosch, for coming on, and all you guys hanging
as
out here at the
always, man.
Late Night Waffle Lodge, of course inspired by Will the Real Martian stand up in my love of Waffle House growing up. I had to build this set. So, as I always like to say, from the heart of Lovecraft Country and the birthplace of American religious liberty, my name is Shanthan Jetty. This is Shanthan Jetty Art. Speak easy, stay gold, keep the faith, and peace be with you. And give nihilism no quarter, guys. And by the way, we're going to close out with two things. Before I play the credits, I want to play this one more time.
creating it, for showing it.
It was my pleasure doing that, man. And I have to say this, guys. You guys know Springball. Check it out. There's a brand new John Malin cover. I've got cover B up there. All these great new tiers. Check it out. And if you are a channel member, and if you've become one during this stream, I'll add you to the credits, but your name will be in the credits. And Bosch, I'll see you around. We're going to be talking comics and Ayn Rand. I think that's the way to do it, man.
Absolutely. Take care, man. Be well, man. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for having me.
Take care, brother. See you soon. Bye.
Take care, man. Thank you.